YouTube hopefully start as well. I see Twitch stream up. Show me YouTube. Show me YouTube. Come on. Show me the money. YouTube is up as well. Alright, sick. Hello, gang. Ooh, it's time for some ranked lessons. Well, actually, first off, first thing that we're gonna, or is on the agenda today, is that I want to play a little bit of a warm-up game and then watch chat, just talk to chat, make sure that everything is going okay, there's no lag or anything. As well as decide what heroes we're gonna play today. What up, Houdini? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. What up, Sade? Wonderful, wonderful familiar faces today. Let me maximize that, and then let's put on like some Zelda music today. Fuck it. Well, fall before me. Cider Gamer, how's my day going? My day is going pretty good. Had a very eventful, productive day. Finally getting back into gear, and I have a lot of exciting stuff when it comes to content on the horizon. But I think it's looking pretty good. Today has been pretty good. I'm really excited for our ranked lessons today. We're going to be doing DPS and support. So that leads me to recently I've been focusing on 1 to 2 heroes per video, ideally focusing on forcing 1 hero per video. So let me know how what heroes we want to be playing today. So if you guys have any supports that you want to see me sort of tackle in today's ranked lessons a little bit more in depth, or DPS, then just let me know in the chat and I will be probably playing the most requested DPS or support. I could play, it also, something that allows me to do is sometimes, like, to make sure that, like, content is educational. It's really, really hard to be, like, good at every hero at, like, once. Keeping a small hero pool is something that I harp on very frequently, and me as a player myself, while I have a lot of hours in the game and I'm able to sort of come up with ideas that can work through or for a bunch of different heroes, it's really hard to be good enough to a point to be educational at specific heroes or ones that I don't play that often. So I'm going to be trying to make a dedicated Mercy and or Moira video in the future, but until then, those are like the 2 heroes that I don't feel super comfortable with on support at the moment, but I just need to brush up on them a little bit and then I'll be making a video about them. For DPS, I just want to avoid Venture for now. I think that's the only one that I want to avoid, really. I could play any other DPS, because I just literally don't have any time on Venture. They're not my favorite hero, but I think that they could be fun. Like, once I actually sit down and spend some time learning them, I think the Venture could be really, really fun. You cut down your hero pool a long time, but it's gradually grown back into an ocean for all roles. I get it, I really get it. Yes, still love watching all your videos. Made it to Plat 5 the other day in support. Congratulations, bro! That's awesome. I hope the videos are helpful for you. It actually, like, makes my day every time that, like, somebody, like, comments or, like, puts in the Discord that they were able to rank up following some of the ranked lessons. That actually makes me feel so happy. It's one of my favorite comments to get. Also, let me know if the audio is okay and or if the stream is lagging at all, since there are some still newer video settings that I have going on. I just want to make sure that it's coming across okay. Should do a DPS Moira video. I'll do my best. Said Moira. I'll be doing Moira in the future, not today. No Moira for today, but I will. After I brush up on the hero, I'm just gonna have like 1 queue session to like figure out how they play again, and then I will put or make a ranked lessons for them. But it's one of the heroes that I just do not play often whatsoever. Damn. Video and audio both look good. Awesome. Some reason Onion's always banned when you play. Onion's so much fun. I actually have an Onion one-trick account. I think it's around like low GM right now, mid GM, and they're just... Okay. Onion's like one of the most fun heroes in the game, but I can't help but think every time that I'm playing Onron, like, oh, I could just be doing more. Yes, I do read YouTube comments. I have both the chats open. He said Onion. I forgot, like, I honestly... When I first started making the ranked lessons, I was always like calling Onron Onion because I honestly forgot their like actual name was called Onron for a while. Because my entire like friend group just calls them Onion. Like everyone who I interacted with just called them Onion. So then I got a bunch of questions saying like, who's Onion? Who is Onion? Yeah, I just had to like remember. Maybe Soldier for DPS. Soldier could be really interesting. That could be really fun. Okay. You second the Onion? I'm seeing some Onion. I'm seeing some Soldier. We potentially could get to tank today as well. If our games are going well, then I would not mind having a decent backlog so I could focus on bigger projects. So hopefully, honestly, we could get through tank today as well, but I just really need to make sure that I get DPS done, and support a little bit later. Doom and Hazard for tank? Okay, that could be really fun. Doom Hazard. Onrun needs a buff. Yeah, I agree. Do I read the YouTube comments on my actual videos? Yes, for the most part. I do, it depends on the day somewhat. I don't necessarily have like a scheduled time in which I read a YouTube video or YouTube comments. Hold that. I don't have a time that I read YouTube comments, but anytime like my ADHD is winning when I'm working on videos or I'm going to like upload the video for the day, there's like there's that like fun little red button, that is very, very easy to press, and then usually I read and respond to videos as I'm, as like the video for the day is uploading. Because I do have to wait a little bit to make sure that like the upload goes well. Okay, I won't lie. This melee perk is really fun. It's really, really fun. I think that maybe the blink distance perk is slightly better in most scenarios, but I think that they're pretty even. If you get a flashpoint, play Soldier. I could be looking to play some Soldier. I haven't seen a few comments about that. Can I hit a pulse though? Your video on VODing has helped you a ton. I'm so glad, Houdini. That's awesome. I'm really excited. I know that I haven't gotten out of Theory Thursday in the past little bit just because life has gotten really hectic for a while. Basically, like, my goals for, like, content is I'm going to continue pushing and trying to make the best content that I can, and a lot of it. I have a lot of ideas for projects that I want to take on and different sort of videos I want to make, but a lot of them are going to require, like, a good bit of effort. My baseline I always want to be is just like uploading an Overwatch every day. I just want to upload a daily Overwatch video. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Person Man Guy, and oh, home for Scotto. Sorry. If you sorry I'm late. No, all good. We just finished our quick play warm-up game. Let me scroll through chat a little bit more deliberately here to make sure that I'm not missing any comments about what hero we could be playing for today or should be playing for today. For anyone who's just hopping in, feel free to, I'm going to be focusing on 1 to 2 heroes today for our DPS video or our support video to start. So if you have any hero that you want to be focused on for today, just put it in the comments. Right now I'm leaning towards Soldier and potentially Tracer. Are you going to address the elephant in the room? What's the elephant in the room? Oh, Marcus? My pet elephant Marcus? Yeah, they're chill. They just like to hang out. Your comment? Uh, I was unaware that there's an elephant in the room. But that's okay. Wasn't yesterday slash today's video on Soldier? Um, yes. I played a little bit of Soldier at the start of last DPS video, and then I swapped to Cassidy, if I remember correctly. It was only about like 2 fights or so. What do I have to say about the allegations towards me? All 100% true. I did it and I don't regret one bit of it. You hear me? I don't regret it at all. If there are allegations towards me, I do not know them yet. Alright, I think that we can get into Soldier to celebrate June. Okay, I like that. I like that. Alright, let's get into our DPS games for today on Soldier. How close are we to... Oh, we're on our GM2 game. If you're playing well on a hero, do you switch the counter if your team needs help, or do you stay the same and no switch? It depends on the situation for sure, and my thought process is just what will lead me to the victory screen the best. That's one of the things that you would want to sort of experiment and try for yourself in games. Because finding what the most valuable play is going to be kind of how you want to be thinking about decisions like that. If you think that's more valuable and giving your team a little bit of breathing room by countering like a problematic hero on the enemy team, then that could be awesome. That could be an idea that would work really well. But if you think that you're getting a lot of value and you wouldn't be able to do as much on like a different hero, even if it counters the enemy team, then it's okay not to swap as well. And just try to do even more or something on whatever hero you're playing. Can you do Soldier Sombra? Maybe. Your show is on? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I need to sort out the channel point rewards. Because I took a lot of them out because they were kind of old. Soldier and Emre. We can do Soldier Sombra, perhaps. Emre? I've seen a few Emres, I think. Maybe Soldier Emre, just because I'd like to brush up on Orisa. Okay. Focus for today is going to be on, or as Soldier and Emre if Soldier is ever banned. So I'm going to be picking Esperanza for Soldier because open space maps are going to be really, really beneficial for a highly mobile but consistent damage-based hero like Soldier 76. And then I'll also be talking about bans that might want to benefit Soldier as well. I'm thinking a Lucio ban could be really, really strong for us. It is going to be something that I want to be looking at, as well as dive-based tanks. Things like Diva I want gone. Doomfist could be a really, really good thing to get rid of as well. But Lucio is going to be the primary hero that I want out of the game. And I might as well just go with Doomfist. But other heroes like Wrecking Ball, Winston, Tracer could all be very good bans for Soldier. Because we want to be stacked into or playing a little bit more for our mobility. Taking away options that would be able to contest us on our angles and playing for our mobility from the enemy team could be really, really, really beneficial. So that's why we want to be banning things like the Lucio. We would want to ban things like the Doomfist, the Diva, because they all have a pretty good time of dealing with off angles, which we're going to want to be taking for the most part. Which DPS isn't favorable on this map? I believe that closer range heroes are going to be a little bit harder on this map. Heroes like potentially like Anran, Genji, Mei to a degree. Cassie are going to be a little bit harder because you will have these huge open spaces on the map that you're going to have to traverse, and to get into your effective range or get a little bit closer, it's going to be a lot harder to actually find your value when you need to be at that closer range with the map being so open. So with the game starting, we have a Zarya, Tracer, Juno, and Illari. I think first things first, I could be taking that left side area through Horseshoe, but since we have a little bit more of a frontline based comp and we have a Tracer, I'm actually going to be starting on this main area, but as I see they have a Mauga, I'm going to be immediately taking this right side to get a bit of an off angle and potentially peel some attention away from our Zarya. So the main flow with Soldier 76 is you got legs. There's a reason why a lot of players call Soldier 76 legs, where you want to go somewhere, you want to shoot for a little bit, and then you want to run away. That is the entire flow on Soldier 76, because your main advantage as a hero is not your damage, it's not your engage potential or your burst potential, it's just your raw mobility and self-survivability. So you want to find angles, you want to pressure the enemy team and get them to look at you, and then you want to run away, which will peel attention away from the enemy, or away from your teammates, since the enemy is forced to respond to whatever you're doing. So I'm going to be rocket jumping up to this high ground, as it's going to give me pretty good sight lines as to or onto the enemy team. And I think that I'll be placing my health pad here and just trying to pump in as much damage as I possibly can. So with our damage help onto the Malga, we're going to be able to force them away and then slowly clean up that Mizuki later. Tracer is going to be something that we want to be considering as a threat to us throughout this game, since if their Tracer gets onto us, things can get a little bit scary very quickly. But as their Sojourn is the only one remaining inside our space, I'm going to be taking a wider angle to see if I'm able to poke out this Malga on their kite. Since they're going to be forced to run into our LOS, we are able to use our mobility to get into that position in the first place, as well as deny a lot of escape routes that Malga could have taken. So we just want to be using our legs in the most sort of fluid way that we possibly can, while keeping track of the threats that the enemy team are developing and then positioning accordingly. So I'm starting on this high ground. I could position bottom left or maybe even up with our Zarya, as that might have been the better play since they have the Mizuki ult, but I really don't want to be caught in their cage, which is coming up very shortly. I think with our Visor being very easily countered by quite a few ultimates on the enemy team, I'm going to be picking the faster Helix Rocket perk, which will allow me to get a little bit more consistent burst damage every time that I have the opportunity to see somebody. So with their Mauga running at me, I'm going to be backing up to this high ground. Unfortunately, with their Sojourn having the 150 railgun perk, they're going to be able to take us down as we peek with a very nice shot. But cage coming out, we still have the lead, so we don't actually have to do all that much. My idea was I was going to get to the high ground and then use my tactical visor to try and support our team, but I did not get the chance to do so. So I'm just going to wait for us to respawn. My team does get the further back spawn, which is going to be a little bit dangerous for us as we will not have the space controlled. I want to make sure that I just respect that and back up accordingly to make it hard for their Mauga to find a kill onto us, as the team is in a pretty yucky situation. I know that there's people on the high ground. I don't want to necessarily swing it yet until I know what their Mauga is doing. As I hear their Mauga committing onto our backline, I'm going to use my mobility to get into a spot to take down their Wu Yang, since like I was saying a little bit earlier, we want to be using our mobility primarily to get into deadly spots and force the enemy team to respond to us. Unfortunately, their Tracer is going to be able to match our movement to catch us on that high ground and then find a very good duel against us. But that is a-okay since we were able to take out their Wu Yang fairly early. I'm going to place a heal pad down for my Tracer, and then I'm going to go help my Juno on the card, as they are all alone, and there's not much I can really do for my Zarya if the Mauga steps at them, but I can help my Juno if the Tracer comes over here. Seems like the Tracer is going to be pathing through this left side, and I might honestly just straight up die on the cart here, because if I'm able to get this checkpoint, it could be really, really good for us. Unfortunately, I will just be going down in the process, but me and my Juno are liking that fact, so our team is going to be respawning. We push the cart very, 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 very far, so the enemy team is going to get no progress, despite them winning that fight fairly convincingly, because they had to go all the way back and get the cart moving to their side again. I hear their Maga using their pin, so that's going to be enabling me to take an angle here onto them. Now that I know that they have their pin back and they get bubbled, they're going to be a little bit too much of a threat for me to deal with, but I can be shooting that Tracer a little bit. Big grab, but unfortunately we didn't really have the damage to really do too much about it, but I can be potentially looking for a visor to clean up any of their teammates. Not quite able to find the Mauga because their Tracer consistently is able to get onto us. That's why I was talking in the ban phase a little bit, why Tracer wouldn't be a bad ban for us, because we want to be focused a lot on dealing damage to their team. The Tracer is going to be a very big issue for us as time goes on. So I hear the overclock use, I see the cage use. I just want to be trying to damage that cage as much as possible, as their team is using all of their resources onto trying to clean up the cage. So I just unpeaked the Sojourn as much as I could while still pumping in damage to try to break the cage and get my team out of that sticky situation a little bit faster. 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. We have quite a bit of a ways to push, but I think that with our team staying on the cart a bit, I'm going to go help my Tracer on this left side. As I hear their Maga walking up though, that's going to be my trigger to leave. I could get the stim pack or the faster sprint over a little bit of time perk. I think either could be really, really strong, but I think I'm going to go with the stim pack just so I'm a little bit more lethal anytime I get the chance to shoot, as well as it will help me in these 1v1s against this Tracer, who has been a consistent thorn in our side throughout this entire game. So with that, we're going to be able to take down their Tracer. Their Maga is very, very close, and our team rotating to the cart is something that we want to make sure we are taking note of, as we don't want to get caught out on that high ground in a spot that our team is not able to help with. With our Kitsune Rush online, I'm going to be walking up to try to pump in as much damage as I possibly can to extend our lead further. I hear their Tracer on left side, so I'm just going to go help my Tracer fight that. Hitting the Helix Rocket on their blink. Low-key unintentional, but high-key, if anyone asks, it was intentional. But we are able to continue our push from there. We have our Graviton Surge coming up very shortly, so I just want to be pumping in some damage, see if I'm able to contest this high ground. With their Sojourn close, though, it will result in our doom, as their Mauga is able to pin forward. I did not know that their Sojourn was, like, right there. I figured they were in the general area and I heard them, but I was not ready to fight that 2v1 super aggressively. I think that the better play would have been, as soon as I saw it, to just like back up immediately to my teammates to see if I could get any help. But with that Tracer on the right side, I'm going to be popping my stim pack here and see if I could just take them down using my Helix Rocket to boop their Tracer out of the pulse bomb range as well. Kind of unintentional, but still very, very good thing for us. I popped my visor and their Maga's looking at us quite a bit, so I'm just going to be running away from them using my legs like I was talking about to just continuously get away from any threats and repositioning myself in a way that will allow us to actually become our own threat. So popping my stim pack a little bit early to see if I'd be able to use the healing from it to sustain their Maga and Tracer dive, but unfortunately with 1 minute left on the clock, this is going to be a very, very close game. We have both of our support ults coming up. How can I win this game? I think that I could be taking a little bit more aggressive duels against their DPS or their supports, and shooting their Maga or playing a little bit more towards our front line has yielded in some rough times for us. So I'm gonna see if I'm able to play for that a little bit more, or playing for pressure onto their squishies more. Unfortunately, with their Tracer being so active and their Sojourn also having a good bit of mobility, it's a little bit difficult to get into places to really find value on their supports. But as I see their team on the high ground, I know that their Mauga's behind. I could be popping my Stim Pack and then fighting this Sojourn soon here. Forcing the slide into my Zarya, and now that the Mauga's very close, I just want to be living the best that I can. Tracer is close. I want to see if I can force him out whatsoever. Finding the kill onto the Kiriko is going to be really, really huge for us. But with the wave from the Wu Yang, I think that it's going to be very difficult for us. We do have both of our support ults online, so it is still very doable. Our Tracer finds an amazing kill onto the Sojourn, but our Kiriko goes down in the process. Both of our support ults now used. Our Zarya's coming back. Our Tracer's desperately trying to hold on to the point. How I can be trying to win this is take the high ground on this top left area. Or maybe I just need a touch. Super, super, super close game. I think if I was a little bit more aggressive in some of my duels and my 1v1s, trying to fight out their DPS or their support players a little bit more intentionally, or quickly, like in the situation where we were about to take the lead, I tried to fight their Sojourn on the high ground, but then ended up kind of chickening out because I knew that their Mauga was around, but then got blown up by their Mauga anyway. I think if I had tried to fight those a little bit more intentionally, we would have been in a much, much, much better spot. So, super close game. Unfortunately, that will be sending us deeper back into GM3, though we will continue our grind on Soldier throughout this video. So, let's see how our next game goes. Bang! And then like editing Eevee or editing person is going to be like cutting right there, and it's going to be freaking awesome. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn on the fan in my room since it's just getting pretty hot. Gotta use the Soldier Pride skin? Maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Oh, that's why it's hot. My space heater. So genius. They gave Lifeweaver a Pride skin today. That's awesome. Hi friends, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're doing well as hope you're doing well as well. Samvita. Only the last 2 minutes matter and push. Unfortunately. Thank you for the follow, Nightfall Eve. Wait, is that the Flex CPS Eve? Glad to see you around. How do you break chokes on Soldier like Icon World first, where you can't really flank, or Blizzard World first? You want to be you want to just be pumping in damage as much as you can. It is definitely unfavorable for you as Soldier, but your advantage is that any opportunity that you get, like any time that their team like backs up whatsoever, or gives you any sort of space, you're going to be fairly one of the quicker heroes to sort of be able to take that space back for your team and then make a little angle for yourself. But it is definitely hard. But saying that I use a lot when I do any coaching is just get the value that you can. There's a lot of times where you're not going to be able to play in your like optimal position, but you want to just keep it in mind. You want to know where you'd like to be, so that anytime that it opens up, or a position opens up, or a better spot opens up, that you're ready to jump on it and take it in like a moment's notice. But until then, get the value that you can. Sometimes it's going to feel a little bit yucky just shooting down main. But if that's all you can do, that's all you can do. If things are getting really desperate and really bad, you could try to force your way through like right side or something. But that can go wrong in a lot of different ways. What up, Jaded? What skin is that? This is the Decennium skin. So the 10-year anniversary for Soldier. Actually, we can open up our loot box. What up, Fomiko? Oh yes, the orange Sigma. I was wishing for that. That was actually on my Christmas list last year. Santa didn't give it to me though, but maybe it's just delayed. What up, Booze? Oh wait, no, that you asked the question earlier. Sorry. Do you think Zenyatta on support here would be a smart move? In the last game, Zenyatta could be okay. It would be solid. The thing with Zenyatta is they did have a lot of mobility to. Damn, I've been losing. They've been having. Zenyatta has very, very little mobility and it's kind of like a glass cannon role. So what makes Zenyatta a little bit tough in this sort of meta in this patch is that there's a lot of mobility in the game. A lot of mobility. So their Maga would be able to pin at you as Zenyatta, their Tracer would be able to blink at you, their Sojourn would be able to slide into positions that might not be favorable for you as Zenyatta. Since they have so much mobility, it might be a little bit hard to get value out of Zenyatta. But if you're able to consistently find positions that are hard for the enemy team to get onto you, then Zenyatta definitely could be a really, really great hero. Santa fell through, so Blizzard picked up the slack. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Cookie Cat. Okay. So I picked the Antarctic Peninsula because the two other maps were not going to be too favorable for Soldier. With Hollywood, it's going to be kind of hard for us to take that high ground since we don't have too much vertical mobility, as well as it's going to be putting us, anytime we need to shoot from low ground to high ground as Soldier, it's going to be pretty disadvantaged for us. So it's going to be really, really hard to run Soldier on attack for those sort of high ground based maps, or anytime you're trying to retake. But once we get onto the high ground, Soldier would be in a really, really good spot. And I chose Antarctic Peninsula because I figured that it would be a very good map for Soldier to just sort of like run around towards the outskirts of the map and just win. And Soldier, because Havana is a bit more of like a one lane sort of map where you're kind of forced to exchange numbers through one specific choke or one specific like big sight line pretty consistently, Soldier can struggle because they don't output the most amount of damage possible. So it can be a little bit difficult sometimes to really get value out of Soldier when you have to like peek into a Widow or something like that, because then you're just gambling that the Widow will hit the or miss the shot onto you. Just another day in the office. What up, emo cat girl? Okay, locking into this game here, we have a Junker Queen, Brigitte, Kiriko, and a mystery DPS. Ooh. So for starters, I think that I'm just going to be trying to fight this left side, far left side area to see what comp the enemy team would be on, as well as see what my team is up to. They have a Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball is going to be a pretty big thing to note for us as a Soldier player, because Wrecking Ball is able to use their mobility to kind of hit us wherever, and we're not going to be able to take too many huge flanks, because Wrecking Ball is amazing as sort of like +1 in different angles. So I'm going to be playing a little bit closer to my team, stacked a bit with my Junker Queen or Brigitte, and then trying to find angles in a way that's hard for the Wrecking Ball to really hit. I see their Genji wanting to touch the point soon, and their Juno getting fairly low. With their Genji getting onto our Brigitte in the backline, I'm going to be turning my attention over here to see if I'm able to take him down, and we are successful in doing so. But main thing that I want to be thinking about in this comp matchup, they have a lot more mobility than us. Their entire team comp is way more mobile, so I want to be playing for a bit of more of my raw damage value and my numbers onto the enemy team, and kind of being a deterrent from the enemies trying to hit our backline. Since if I'm stacked on my Brigitte or my well, I would say my other support, but they're gone now, it's going to be a lot harder for them to actually do anything. Unfortunately, with our other support gone, I'm going to be overextended just a little bit. I probably could have followed my Brigitte and played towards the back of the point, but with their Soldier hitting some good shots and then their Genji following up on it, it's going to be spelling out a pretty tough time for us. So with their Kiriko and their Soldier very, very close, I can just be looking to poke them as much as I can. I'm going to be consistently sort of taking these aim duels, because if I ever win them, it will open up a lot of opportunities for my team to potentially walk, or give my team some space to potentially convert to a kill. With their Genji trying to mark me out on this right side, I'm just going to be backing up, placing my heal pad, getting healed up. And I don't want to be overextending because they have the ball, they have the Genji. They have a lot of things that just straight up are going to kill me. So I might be opening this with my tactical visor here. I chose the faster rocket perk yet again, just to give myself a little bit of an easier time. But I know that there's soldiers on this left side. I'm just going to be trying to pre-fire a little bit here. Unfortunately, I got 0 value out of my visor since their soldier was completely away from the rest of our team. Though our other support joins back, so our game is about to get a whole lot easier with another player working towards the win screen, same as us. So I could be stacked on, or I could be taking that left side flank. I could be stacked on my team, and I think especially as we go up one, I'm just going to be stacked on my team here because it's going to be a very, very hard time if we don't have that many people to really break through this choke. As there's a bunch of ults coming out from both sides, I want to just be chilling, making sure that I get my damage over time. Something really important for hit scans, or especially sort of like longer range based or damage over time hit scans instead of necessarily like huge bursty hit scans. You want to make sure that you live. Giving yourself the most amount of opportunities to just hit shots as possible is going to be a very, very, very important habit for you actually finding value. Since if you're dying early in every fight, you're not doing much damage, because you need time to do damage, especially as someone like Soldier. But your kit helps with that quite a bit, where the more you're able to use your self-survivability and your mobility to stay alive for a very, very long time. As their Genji starts to walk up a little bit towards this left side, I'm going to give a little bit of space, and I'm ready to sort of like shoot out the choke points. I know they're soldiers on this left side, so I'm training my crosshair to see if I'd be able to help with that at all. But as their Wrecking Ball uses minefields on our front line, Genji gets onto me. I want to be trying to run away the best that I can, but unfortunately I will be going down as I'm a little bit too far from my supports. My mistake there was that I wasn't playing like a lane away or inside of my support's range that they could care. So as I tried to back up from the Genji, while my pathing wasn't bad to get away from the threat, it's very hard for anyone to support me on that play because I'm nowhere near them. So Wrecking Ball is very close to us. I want to see if I could try to take them down. Our Genji is able to get the Soldier 76 and then use their Dragon Blade to touch the point again. A masterclass of Genji coming out from our teammate here. But as their Soldier runs away and the Wrecking Ball, the blade will only be used to touch the point, but it will buy enough time for our team to get back into the fight. I have my visor coming up pretty soon here, so I'm thinking, how can I best use this visor to win this point? I really want the high ground. If I can get this high ground and a good view of their backline, hopefully it will enable me to win. But their Soldier 76 unfortunately gets the tactical visor off first, and their ball is able to follow up on us shortly afterwards. But their Juno and their Genji going down will mean that we still have a chance to really win this game. I'm going to be picking the Stim Pack perk yet again to see if I'm able to do any more burst damage. Since they have so much mobility in the game, our opportunities to really do damage are going to be fairly limited, since we're going to have to spend most of our time repositioning. But we will be losing that point, I think, primarily because I was playing just a little bit too far from my team when I could be playing a lot more stacked. Like how I said at the beginning, playing stacks is going to be really, really good, and then I always just ended up taking off angles. Definitely a bad habit of mine sometimes, since I play a lot of super mobile based heroes. Heroes like Tracer, Wrecking Ball, heroes that just will have a lot of mobility to get back to their team or sustain themselves. Since I lean into those heroes quite a bit frequently, my default kind of takes me to the outskirts of the map. So I'm going to constantly remind myself for this point to make sure that I'm more stacked on my team. Soldier 76 does have a lot of value that they can get through their mobility, but they also just have a gun. And sometimes if the best way to shoot your gun is just sitting there inside your team and shooting your gun, then that's okay. The Wrecking Ball slam and the Genji going in, it will hopefully enable a potential kill for us, but with their Wrecking Ball finding a huge roll through, I'm going to be backing up to get this health pack, but with us inside of our team, it will allow us to live that first hit and then follow up later with kill onto their Kiriko. Wrecking Ball is still around, as well as their Juno is lurking. Wrecking Ball is very close to us, so I'm backing up to my Brigade LOS to fight this advantage 2v2. But with their Juno walking up a little bit more, I can just be locking down this top right area like a ton. The main thing that we want to be sort of like scared of is their Wrecking Ball and their Genji. If their Genji ever gets like a good dash and follow up onto the Wrecking Ball hit, then that's going to be very, very bad for us. So I'm going to actually be prioritizing a bit of damage into this Genji anytime I get the chance, but unfortunately our team is going to be very, very far back, and I probably could have played further back with them, but I really... Oh, bye, Kiri. I really wanted to see if I could force out that Genji early, because anytime you're able to prevent the dive entirely instead of sustaining it, it's going to generally be a little bit more favorable for you. So Genji's close on this left side. I'm going to be popping my stim pack to see if I can do any big damage to them. As the Wrecking Ball walks a little bit more forward, I'll be backing up a little bit more. Really, really sucks that our other support is having some connection issues, but alas, sometimes these things happen. Finding an early kill onto their Kiriko, though, who is just a little bit caught off guard, is going to mean that the rest of their team really wants to deal with us immediately. Minefield coming out, Genji walking onto the rest of our team. I'm just going to be kind of chilling since I'm very low HP. I'm going to be breaking the minefield around me and make it hard for the Wrecking Ball to find any boops to potentially take us down. Our Junker Queen goes down, but their soldier wants to fight us on this angle, so we're going to be able to pop our stim pack and then win the duel through that advantage. Genji getting fairly low, but is able to take out our Cassidy. But Wrecking Ball, the last big threat to us remaining. It's going to be still very, very active in our front line, and will probably be a little bit too much for us to handle to make it hard to win this specific fight at least. Huge damage onto their Juno, being able to punish them for jumping in the air a little bit too lazily. With their Genji very close, Deflect's being used, we're able to pump in a lot of damage to potentially negate that entire dive, but as their Genji gets healed up, I know that there's a lot more of a threat active. Rally getting used. I'm going to be stacked on our Rally pretty hard here, as it's going to be one of the main deterrents from that Dragon Blade. With our High Noon making a little bit more space on the map, I want to be using that space to get active and to deal any damage that I can. Juno Ray coming out. I want to see if maybe I can take them down, but unfortunately with our Brigida going down and the Juno Missile coming on to me, we're going to be in a pretty rough spot. Huge ults coming out from our Junker Queen, and their Soldier and Wrecking Ball on this coast side area are going to be something that we can take down from our Tactical Visor. Juno 1 HP, and we can slowly clean them up as well. These minefields are low-key, like we're getting mind controlled to walk into them. I don't know if their ball got like an extra perk or something to start controlling my teammates' keyboards, but I'm going to do my due diligence to make sure that all of the mines are cleared. So with that in mind, what's going to be coming down to the last fight here. Soldier 76 on this left side. I see Genji on the right. I think that we are going to be in a pretty okay spot. Main thing that I really want to see if I can do is just take down their Juno early. I see Tactical Visor get used. Rush on our main area. With the Wrecking Ball sort of walking forward, I was really expecting the slam to come out. So I'm going to be taking this right side angle, see if I can find any big damage onto their Juno, and I am successful in doing so. My Brigida comes to peel me, so we are able to force out their Genji and the Wrecking Ball. Kiriko falls shortly afterwards. I know that there's a Genji sort of under us right now, so I'm going to see if I can just pressure them out, make it hard for them to do anything. Anytime we're in a winning position, I want to continue winning the game. So my thought process is trying to find the biggest threat on the field. Since I knew that the Genji was within dash range of my supports, that could be a potential lose con if they hit some crazy miracle one-shot onto my backliners. it would mean that the fight would be way harder for us to turn. But with the point being fairly in our favor, we are able to continue. Oh, bye. We're able to win that second round and get into the third. So our composition is going to be a little bit harder here, but if we're able to stay a little bit closer to the rest of our team and then pumping damage like how we were doing on that second round, I think that we are going to be able to find some success. I think that hopefully our Kiriko is able to stay in the game. If we're able to stay stacked together and we're not getting any DCs working against us, I think that we're going to be in a pretty good spot for this game. I especially like the Cassie pick. Zarya instead of Wrecking Ball is actually a huge thing for us to know, as we are going to be able to just play a lot more for our individual damage. Our Cassie goes low, unfortunately, or goes down, and I will go down shortly afterwards because I swung a little bit too wide when the Zarya was a bit too high charge. I figured that my Junker Queen was going to be ready to get active. With their composition, I can actually be taking a lot more aggressive angles. There's no longer a huge threat to me whenever I start flanking. But with their Genji going for a dash inside of our team, I'm going to be just kind of staring at that angle, see if I'd be able to catch them out at all. With our Junker Queen getting low, I'm going to be popping my Stim Pack to see if I'm able to deter the enemy team whatsoever. Genji 1 HP, but unfortunately I'm not quite able to clean that up. I know that their Genji's going to have a huge advantage over us whenever we take the sort of like right side angles, because they're able to kind of like engage over the wall at any point. But with our Junker Queen wanting to clear this space, it's going to be working very well for us. Juno getting their missiles off onto our team. Getting 1 HP, but unfortunately I'm not quite able to clean them up. Finding the dual win against a soldier is going to mean that we have a lot more space that we can be working with here. I just want to be pumping in as much damage as possible. Ideally, I want to get onto their Juno somewhat soon here. But they're going to be moving very fast in the rush, and it's going to be very hard for us to hit it a little bit. Maybe I can find an exit onto the soldier, but unfortunately, as I miss my Helix rocket, I think that that will be a bit of a grim dream for us. Next thing that I want to be thinking about are upcoming in this fight. They just use their Juno Ray at the least, as well as their Graviton Surge, so they just threw away their ult advantage. But they do have their Dragon Blade, they probably have their Kitsune Rush, they're going to have ults to respond, so I want to be in a position that will either peel some of them away or make it hard for them to use in the first place. Unfortunately, with our Brigitte going down, I think that things are going to be looking a little bit grim for us, but Visor getting used from the enemy team. I want to be immediately following up with my own. Huge ult coming out from my Junker Queen, and it will be taking down the soldier and the Juno. Zarya is a huge threat on the battlefield right now. Genji is going to be the last one remaining, and we will be winning that fight. We used quite a few ultimates to do so, so we're going to be in a pretty rough spot, but it's still super winnable. Our job here as a hit scan is to pump in damage early and look for potential kills before the enemy team gets like a chance to really do stuff. Unfortunately, I'm not quite able to find the kill onto the soldier there, but if I'm able to still look for... Damn! What the hell? That really sucks. They just hit the one-shot combo onto us, which is really unfortunate. Poking up there is going to be, for the most part, a really important thing to do on any hit scan or any DPS to try to find some early value and make the game harder for the enemy team. But it does run those kinds of risks where if they just sort of run at you, it's going to be really difficult. Solo grab coming out onto me. I go down, our Sombra goes down. Oh no. Kitsune Rush on the point. Really sucks that I died early there. I don't know if our Sombra would be able to get the touch, but as it looks like they are not able to, we will be losing that second game for today. Really, it's kind of unfortunate. We did end 22-10. Maybe a few too many deaths than we would really want, but I think that the biggest issue or the biggest mistakes that we were making were going to be in that first round where we just were going a little bit too far away from the rest of our teammates and we weren't quite able to clutch up some of those important fights. Which happens it definitely sucks. I wasn't able to perform the best that I could have on Soldier there, but I will keep this information in mind as I go into my next game, so we're going to hopefully be able to win that. And bang, another editing cut right there, and it's going to be freaking awesome. Unfortunately, the Curie teleporting out of the game. Yeah, the 2 Curie DCs really sucked because there was 99 on like both the points. It would have been like way easier if we had 5 members for the entire duration, especially on that first point. I think that things would have been super, like, way better for us. But these things happen. I can't really get upset at them. Like, the only thing that I have control over in that game is how I played, and I definitely could have played better. If I was able to not be in the left side area nearly as much and just sort of stacked on main with the rest of my team, we would have found a lot more success in that game, I believe. But these things happen. One other thing that I think that we could do a little bit better with is I'm going to be actually hopping in Vaxa to warm up my aim a little bit. Are you so unbothered when bad things happen because of your team, like the lever? I try to focus on what I have control over. Because a lot of the time, I try to stay in a very like productive mindset. Most of my joy from Overwatch comes from improving. I really like the game and I want to be as good as I can at it. So, getting upset at my teammates or things outside of my control usually are not helpful to improvement. So, focusing on them just makes me more and more upset and generally have less fun playing the game. So, I focus on doing whatever I can better. And just focusing basically solely on myself in games. Because that's where my enjoyment comes from. I really like improving, so since getting upset at teammates and stuff wouldn't be helpful for my improvement, it's not really worth it for me to think about much. Hey, thanks for all you do. I appreciate every video you make. Awesome, I'm so glad that you enjoy them. I'm going to keep up the Overwatch Everyday Rank Plus in series, as well as I'm going to be making a little bit more content, hopefully pretty soon here. I had a lot of life stuff come up in the past, like, week or two-ish, but things seem to be sort of dialing down a little bit, so I'm going to have a lot more time to make some higher effort content, which I'm really excited about. Leak the new hero, you know I have intel. I don't know. I actually don't know too much about the new hero. I've heard little bits and pieces, and it's not even just because, like, it's just because I have, like, friends, who know things. I don't know things. I'm not told things yet. I used to be told things back when I was like in contenders in Overwatch 1. I was able to play Overwatch 2 a little bit early, which was super fun. But nowadays, I don't know shit. I don't know things. The new hero is actually Mr. Frog from Smiling Friends. They're doing the first cameo character. Their ultimate ability is they just eat the entire enemy team. Their shift ability is hello, where they just say hello. Yep, I'm sorry, you're hearing it here first. That's the first leak of the new hero. I'm sorry to spoil the surprise, everyone. Did I see the new map? No, I did not. Who are the best characters in 4v5s? I know that's a general question, but depending on map and comp. A rule of thumb, in your opinion, heroes that don't give a gap about their team or about the enemy team much. So heroes that are really, really good in 4v5s, probably heroes like Tracer, Reaper, Kiriko, Juno to a degree. Alari is really good. Wrecking Ball, Diva, Hazard, Junker Queen, SS plus tier pick when it comes to 4v5s. Heroes that are generally able to sustain themselves and give or find their own value with minimal help from their teammates are going to be insanely valuable in 4v5 scenarios, because the less resources you require, the more resources you're opening up for the rest of your team to sort of like share amongst each other, which will be amazing. So if you're able to find value consistently while not taking away resources from your team, it'll make the gap of the person you lost much, much, much smaller. Working on detaching yourself from rank and not caring about win losses and more on improvement, that's a good thing to do. Do you have tips for someone with limited time, even 9 to 5 now? Yes. I know it sounds very general, but quality over quantity, where if you are able to sort of focus on specific goals as you queue, your time spent in the game is going to be much, much, much better. So if you're at work and there's ever a boring moment or something that you just kind of don't really want to do and you want to procrastinate a little bit, I'm not encouraging people to do like a bad job at their jobs, but I've been there. Something that I used to do is I would watch Overwatch gameplay and I'd watch pro play and see ideas that I would want to try in my own game, so that, because I used to be like a mega full-time student. I graduated a little bit earlier and I had to take a lot of classes because of it. So what I would do with most of my day being taken up by school is I would have like an Overwatch video on the side, and sometimes I just occasionally glance over, see some idea that I'd want to try, and then every time that I'd get out of school, I would be able to load up the game and be like, okay, I have these ideas that I want to try, and I'm going to test the results of these ideas as I play. So I came in with an intention on things I wanted to improve on or things I wanted to try, and I was able to have a lot more sort of intentional and focused gameplay because of that. So gameplay isn't everything, but it'd be good to think about the game or think about any goals that you have or sort of any way that you can focus your gameplay before you start playing if you have very limited time. My demeanor is tempered yours. I'm glad. Alright. But locking into this next game here. We have a Mauga, Ashe, Mercy, and Juno. I think that our Ashe, Mercy are going to be a little bit of a core, so I'm going to be acting a little bit kind of like a flex DPS here. So first thing, I hear they have a Bastion. I'm going to be holding down this angle. I want to make sure that I'm not getting flanked at all. But as their Genji gets a little bit close, I want to just sort of be lurking over here and seeing if I can stay outside of their Genji's dash range and just pumping in any damage that I can from this little bit of an off angle, making it harder for their Genji to necessarily get value. But as their Bastion is in a pretty good spot for us, we can be shooting them a little bit. Main thing that I just want to be doing is just literally just shooting my gun. I'm in a good spot. I'm not pressured. The things I'm doing are valuable right now. Not as much as I really want them to be, but they're still pretty solid. So as soon as I get pretty low, it's going to be time for us to back. Genji is in a very dangerous spot for us, so we want to try to force them out, but as our Mauga got fairly low, I need to get a little bit more active on the lane again, and we will be losing because of that. I think that the main thing, the like huge consistent issue we've been having in some of these games is I'm not aggressive enough in sort of 1v1s. I'm not kind of slapping on the table to just win the space I need to win, which is a very important thing on hitscan in general and the thing that I usually need to adjust with. So with their Bastion going in for an early form, our Mauga's shouting. I hear that Orisa behind, but it's going to be kind of harder for us to deal with Maga shooting the Bastion yet again. Continue rush being used on the point. I could just be pumping in some damage to this Orisa. As they start to look at me a little bit more, though, I think that I will be chilling. I'm going to be getting the Tactical Salvato perk instead to give my ultimate a little bit more oomph. In these sort of closer range brawl-based mirrors, it's going to be pretty important for us to have some real value out of our ultimate ability. Because their Bastion gets very, very close, and their Genji is also very close. I'm just going to be chilling a little bit. Bastion's 1 HP. We are able to take them down, but unfortunately, as I get caught on the railing, it's going to be very, very close. Though we are able to live. I could be holding main with the rest of our team, but I'm immediately going to start taking this off angle to see if I'm able to peel any attention away from the enemy team or slow down the enemy's walk whatsoever. Huge cage coming out from my team, and though as it goes down, their team is going to be able to turn around to look at us, though it will open up a huge opportunity for our Mauga to step forward and then get a bunch of value. Our Mercy walked out of the range, well, that's a-okay, as we have legs to get back very quickly. We have our Juno Ray. We know that they have most of their ultimate abilities. Actually, no, they don't. We see this Reaper on this left side, but as they're getting support and we are not, I don't want to be taking a 2v1. I would just want to fight that if it was a 1v1 since we gave ourselves a bit of an advantage. But with that Reaper fighting on the sort of side lanes, it's going to mean that things are way harder for us on the angle, so we want to be playing a bit more stacked. Anytime they have heroes that are going to be able to sustain a little bit easier by themselves, it means that we want to be playing a little bit more stacked on the rest of our team to find some value. And I learned my lesson in the last game. I'm adjusting immediately, and I'm making sure that I will be sticking towards my teammates a bit more for the remainder of at least this sub point. If they're Orisa walking, I just want to be pumping as much damage as I possibly can. We are able to take them down because of that. I think I know Venture's on this left side, so I'm just going to be trying to stare at them a little bit. Kiriko TP in, my Ashe is able to follow up very shortly afterwards. I missed the jump, but their Venture is very kind and helps us out a little bit to get onto the high ground and is not able to kill us. And we will be winning this first point. Primarily just holding down that sort of side lane area, and then as soon as they were putting more resources into the side lane, we just start stacking main again, and then we're able to chill with the rest of our team. Oh, did they want me? I just realized that
right or wrong, I'm gonna finish this.
They wanted me to come in for the Lunix Acad trials tonight. Oh well, I'll think about that after this game. So thinking about our next round here, it's going to be a little bit more of an open-based map, so we're going to be able to play even more into our gun, and we might have a little bit more space to play for our damage value. With their Brigida walking forward, I could be taking this far left side area, but until I see the rest of their comp, I'm just going to be sort of chilling. I'm very, very scared now to play in that more open space because their Widowmaker is going to have a big advantage in those sort of areas that I don't really want to deal with. So I'm just going to be pumping in damage to their front line the best that I can while staying outside of their Widowmaker's LOS. As their Dominant gets pretty low, I'm going to be trying to clean them up the best that I can. I know that their Widow's on that main area, but since our team is getting a little bit more active, I can be looking to pressure them just a little bit. Main thing that we want to be thinking about when we're playing against Widowmaker is that they can kill us in one shot. We have to hit quite a few shots to actually be able to take them down. So I want to make sure that I am putting myself in positions to be able to move effectively to dodge some of their bullets, or in a way where I'm able to peek, unpeek as soon as they start looking at me, and then immediately swing back later. So I think that with their Widowmaker on that right side, I'm a little bit scared to take any super aggressive angles as they have Wrecking Ball. So as the Wrecking Ball walks forward a little bit, I might be looking to get onto their back line. Finding a nice play onto their Emray, but unfortunately I will be going down to the Kiriko and the Widowmaker shortly afterwards. Not quite able to find 2 kills, though we are still in control of this game in general. With Widow Sights popped, I want to be very careful about how I take my peeks. Sort of jiggle peeking for a little bit of extra information. I heard them on that left side, so I want to be careful as I approach. But with our team stacking on the right lane, that seems like a good idea to me, so I'm just going to follow it. I know that their Widowmaker is sort of holding on that backside middle area. I want to be very careful of that as I go about my positioning. But we are still in a pretty decent spot as our Malga walks forward. Our Juno gives a speed ring. I'm just going to be walking, trying to get onto the Widowmaker. Unfortunately, not quite able to take them down, though it will be pulling a lot of attention to enable our Malga and our Ashe to get active on the front line. Not the ideal play we want to be making, but still somewhat okay. It just takes the game out of our hands a little bit, which is a bad habit which will lead to a lot more sort of like 50-50 or lost games. I think I can maybe win this, especially with my Tactical Salvato perk. So we're going to be able to take down that Wrecking Ball, but unfortunately our Malga goes down on the point. But that will be a-okay, as we will have our Juno ready to potentially take the point back. Since they swapped off Widowmaker and onto Genji, we want to be playing even more stacked on our team, but we can be taking our swings a little bit more aggressively, as their team is going to be not as strong in the sort of like long range duels, so we can be positioning and posturing ourselves to be taking those long range duels a little bit more in our gameplay. Unfortunately, as the Emery ult gets used and their Wrecking Ball is able to find a bunch of disruption, we will not be able to sustain it, so we will all be headed back to the spawn room, though we will be getting ult advantage fairly shortly off of that. They do have their Minefield, they do have their Kitsune Rush coming up pretty soon. Things that are going to be able to take us down potentially. But as a Wrecking Ball goes for a super aggressive play, we're going to be able to take that down. And then our Malga gets onto the point. Genji goes down. Emre is still remaining in our team. So I'm just going to be focusing all my attention onto them. Unfortunately, not enough in time to save our Mercy, as our Malga gets really in there. The enemy team uses Rally. I'm going to see if I'm able to help at all with that, but unfortunately not. Brigitte on the point, Wrecking Ball on the point, Minefield gets used. I'm not able to do too much, but as our Cassidy touches, I could potentially be looking to just get one extra tap and then use my Stim Pack to fight their Brigitte. As our Malga comes back into the fight, we will be caging, but going down very shortly afterwards. And this will be going to a third round. Very rough point for us. I think that is super winnable. But unfortunately, it'll be a little bit too much for us to be able to handle. And I think that my play on the Widow on that left side was going to probably be the main downfall. Unfortunately, not having the greatest day today on DPS, but hopefully that'll clear up for our support games a little bit later. That is a-okay. With our team comp remaining the same, I'm thinking that taking the top right area could be very beneficial, or that bottom left side and then playing to the high ground might be a little bit better, because the high ground is going to mean that it's very hard for, or it's going to give us a lot of sight lines to see over the point. Our Malga's taking the right though. With our Mercy here, I could be playing a little bit aggressively, but I don't want to be full committing over there since their entire team is there, so I'm going to be running away. Unfortunately, my Mercy was not on the same page with me. Whenever we see like their entire team like on our off angle, sort of, it means that there's so much space open elsewhere on the map, and we want to be playing for that space, as that will be a much easier win con to play for rather than me trying to 2v5. Well, unfortunately, they're going to be able to collapse onto the point and then win it a little bit later after our Mercy goes down and the rest of our team struggles to stabilize. But with the Wrecking Ball going in through that right side, our Cassie's going to be in a fairly decent spot. Wrecking Ball use their shield, so I'm going to be stepping up a little bit, as that's our opportunity to get active and look for any sort of plays. But as the Wrecking Ball goes in again, it's their turn. So we just want to be backing up. Genji is in a very rough spot. I'm really hoping they don't have another dash back. And it looks like they do not. As their Emre goes for a very aggressive play, we could be trying to follow up. Unfortunately, the nade is going to take us down as we send them back to the spawn room as well. Kind of really sucks that we're trading. I really want us to go straight to the point as soon as their ball is forced, but I'm not in team chat. I'm not able to communicate that. So the Wrecking Ball is going to be able to get another engage here in just a moment. But I want to force them to do so by pressuring the point. I see our Mauga going in. I see the Wrecking Ball getting onto our backline. I'm going to be trying to live the best that I can. But with their rally and their Emre ult walking us down, things are going to be really hard. So I'm going to start getting super active elsewhere. I'm trying to get active every time the Wrecking Ball goes in and is forced out. But maybe I could be trying to just win 1v1s raw on the lane instead, because playing through our front line is not working nearly as well as I would like it to. But with their Kitsune Rush being used and us still winning the fight, it will be putting us in a pretty damn good spot. And I'm actually pretty scared, especially on our defense, to be taking any huge splits. As if I ever get caught out like we saw from the first fight, especially if our Mercy puts more time into us, it could be very bad. So Wrecking Ball gets quite low, and they're not able to do too much, and that means that we could potentially be looking for a bit more of a play. I'm going to be popping my Visor here along with our Ray to see if we're able to find any kills, and we are successful in doing so. However, that is not the greatest thing for us because we just invested 2 ultimates for that singular fight. I really want to see if we could potentially get our Cage online, as that will be a pretty big deterrent for a lot of the ults that they will have. Main thing that I want to be thinking about is rally. As the Wrecking Ball goes in, I'm going to be pumping in damage to see if I'm able to get them completely forced out instead of just like semi-force. But now that they have claimed that left side off that turn, I'm just going to be running away as Genji wants me dead. Unfortunately, they're going to be a little bit too fast for us, even with our fast speed. Genji's increased speed or base movement and blade is going to be very easy to catch up to us. With our Mauga trying to stabilize on the point, I want to see if I can be taking anyone down. So Emre gets super duper cared by the rest of their team. I'm not going to be able to find the kill onto them. I really need to hit that Helix rocket, but it looks like we're going to be having just a really hard session for our DPS today. Unfortunately, I was not able to win too much as Soldier. I'm kind of surprised by that because Soldier was one of the, I think, the first hero that I got a champ DPS account on. But that's okay. Sometimes, especially with these super aim-based heroes, you're going to have pretty good days, you're going to have pretty bad days. Unfortunately, this seems to be one of the bad days for us, but despite that, we will be climbing up back again fairly shortly. Big plays from our Mauga to get play of the game, and that will be sending us back down into low GM3 if I remember. Yeah. And a really rough game, really sucks, but sometimes these things will happen. As long as the general trend line is upwards, there's no reason to get overly upset at yourself. Because if the trend line is upwards, if you're keeping a positive win rate over a course of a long period of time, then that's improvement, baby. With ranked especially, it's going to be just kind of a test, or it's going to test your understanding and your execution of the game through a very wide, and like a bunch of different scenarios. It's going to be testing you in a wide range of games and skill sets. So as long as you're continuing to build up to win more games than you're losing, you're going to be in a pretty good spot, which I think that we still are on, even despite this rougher day today. So thank you guys for my YouTube video audience. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow with a support video. Bye bye. Bang. And then editor is gonna, well, actually editor won't cut right there because I stop recording and then I start recording. So I'll just be able to upload that soon. Okay, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break-ish to talk to Chad. Maybe I'll go to the bathroom in a second, but then we will get into our support games for today. So anyone who wants some specific support to be played today, let me know in chat, and I will be probably playing the most said option. It's not off angle anymore. Yeah, when they all go like 5 people. I'm not playing. Only 2 supports that I won't be sort of leaning into for today are Mercy and Moira. I'll have a video of each of these in the near future, but I am not prepared to really talk about them much yet right now. Zen. Oh, wow. Damn. All right. I guess it's Zen day. Do I ever do VOD reviews? Hold on. Let me catch up with chat a little bit. When should you switch angles? You feel like you have too much time? Yo, thank you so much for the subscription, West Falk. And thank you for the follow, Vorges. Thank you so much, West. I appreciate it. But when should you switch angles? You feel like you spend too much time on angle and evaporate? Your main job as soldier is just sort of like understanding like the threats to you right now. Basically all of hit scan is a very simple role, and what I mean by hit scan is heroes like Hanzo, Soldier, Freya, Sierra, Sojourn, whatever, shooters as I like to call them. Your job as shooters is to take the most aggressive space that you can that will enable your mechanics and live, that will allow you to get kills and live. And it depends on your mechanical skill level, it depends on your movement, it depends on how much care you're getting from your team. But if you're able to identify consistently what space you can take and how aggressive you can get while living, you're going to be able to do a really, really good job. So that fundamental idea, it applies for if you're playing on main, it applies if you're playing on an angle, it applies for any position that you're playing. How aggressive can you get before you need to start like backing? And the way to determine that is sort of a calculation in your head of, okay, what cover do I have? Do I have an easy way to disengage if things start to go wrong? How many resources am I getting? How much care is my team or my tank or whatever putting into me to let me shoot my gun? And how many threats are staring at me and how long until they're going to be forced out? So you'll see like the top level hit scan players going for some super crazy aggressive plays. On Sojourn, they're dead ass like sliding into like 2 people or 3 people with like a fully charged rail because they're thinking, okay, I know I'm going to hit this shot. If I hit this shot, the threat on me is just gone. Yo, thank you so much for the subs, Stellar Regions and Overclover. I just saw. Thank you so much. But what's it called? These like top level hit scan players are going to be sliding in because they know they're going to take out the main threat to them, and that space is going to be cleared and they can continue playing and stabilizing in that super aggressive space. But you need to know what you can get away with based off the mechanics, based off of how many resources are being put into you, and based off of like your environment around you and how many threats are around you. So that idea applies to knowing when you should get away from an angle or rotate off of an angle, because if there are too many threats for you to deal with, or too many, like if you think that you're going to die, run away. That is all hit scan really is determining if you're going to die in a position that you are in, and what positions can you take and shoot your gun without dying. So keep track of how many people are on you. General rule of thumb, if there are 2 people contesting your angle, probably leave. Probably just run away and then come back later as soldier. But if you can win it, fight it. If you can't win it, run away. That's general rule of thumb. So knowing anytime you're going to be exploding. You can see a lot of my mistakes in the video that we just did for Soldier, whereas I was not active enough on an angle to force out a threat and actually clear the space for myself, or I was backing away or I was fighting in a place where I wouldn't get resources and I was at a disadvantage 1v1, or I would be backing away a little bit too late on angles. Do I do VOD reviews? I do VOD reviews occasionally, probably not VODing today, but in the next few days, I hope to have another coaching-based stream where I will be VODing people who submit codes in the Discord server. I'll be prioritizing. Thank you. That'll be really good on my to-do list. I need to make sure that I have a way for YouTube stream audience to have something equivalent to a Twitch sub. Because last time that I did stuff, or any on-stream VOD reviews, I prioritize Twitch subs, but I want to make sure that I prio YouTube stuff. So if you are interested in a future VOD review, then join that Discord server, and I will be looking through a lot of the codes that are posted in the codes chat, which will hopefully be fairly soon. Tori, so much. I'm glad. Huge fan. Glad to see you live. I'm glad you could make it. I'm gonna be trying to stream a lot more. There's the past like 2 weeks-ish have been really hectic, like life-wise. But I'm back. I'm back like never before. Okay. With that all said, I think that I'm gonna change up the music a little bit, and then we'll get into our support videos or our Zenyatta video. Are you familiar with the Zen double jump emote tech? No, I am not familiar. Can you, if you're floating, can you, what's it called? If you're floating, can you emote? That'd be cool. Quick question, Evie. Is it normal to always end the game with double digits deaths? Most games, no. I would not consider it normal, and it might be a place that you would want to look towards to improve that. Asking yourself why you die is one of the best things to start sparking ideas or different plays that you can be making and sort of like self-problem solving. Just asking every time, like, why did I die there? And what could you have done to prevent that death is a really, really, really good habit to get into. While you're floating, you use the meditate emote to get a second jump at the end of the emote anim. Wait, really? That's sick. That's awesome. You somehow always... well, I mean, whatever... Value is not always in death. If you're winning, fuck it. Who gives a care? Who gives a gap how much you're dying? If whatever wins the game is what I say. Whatever wins the game. I don't want to play Circuit. I don't want to play Circuit, but it's the correct option for Zenyatta. I'm just not gonna vote. I'm just not gonna vote. I'm creating space. Alright. Alright. But locking into our game a little bit here, today's video is going to be about Zenyatta. So I'm going to be forcing Zenyatta and probably leaning into a little bit of... I actually didn't establish a second hero. I'll be playing Zenyatta and like Baptiste, how about? Primarily focusing on Zenyatta though. So heroes I want to ban. I want Tracer gone. I think that's just the main thing. I want Tracer gone. Ideally, I'd like Tracer out of the game, and I'd like D.Va out of the game, but as Tracer is not banned, we might have a little bit of a harder time. Zenyatta is going to be a hero with very, very little mobility, but is going to have a shit ton of damage. Zenyatta is going to be able to do a bunch of damage to a lot of different heroes and fight 1v1s in a fairly favorable matchup if you're hitting your shots. It's going to be one of the supports that's a super aim-based hero, as well as it's going to be a very squishy glass cannon kind of build, where you're going to be pumping out a bunch of damage, but you're also going to be susceptible to a lot of damage as you play. So with our composition being the Ramatra, Bastions, and Reaper probably, and Kiriko, we're probably just going to want to stack. I'm going to want to stack on my team, and I'm going to want to shoot probably. That's the idea that I'm starting with, but I think that we might have to adapt a little bit later to see and adapt what the enemy team is doing. As we see Derpy on the enemy team, I'm expecting a Reinhardt. There it is, yeah. Main thing that I want to be thinking about as Zenyatta here is just trying to position myself in ways to do the most amount of damage that I can. Another thing to consider a bit on Zenyatta is that you actually will have a timer on your Discord orb. So I want to be seeing if I can save my Discord for threats as they sort of commit into a position rather than as they rather than threats who just like are jiggle peeking for a little bit. So you saw the Reinhardt being sort of like poking out from the corner very, very frequently, and I had opportunities to Discord them, but they were never in a position where I'd really want to be or I'd be able to get like much damage onto them, and they'd be able to easily cleanse a Discord. So what I want to be thinking a lot about on Zenyatta is how can I get a Discord that's super, super effective for my team. Anytime that I'm able to start shooting the Reinhardt's shield though, is going to be a huge plus for me. But as our Ramatra goes down and most of our team also falls, it's going to be rather difficult for us to sustain ourselves. Though we are very close to our Transcendence, the enemy team is going to have a lot of their own ultimates online, being Earth Shatter, Dragon Strike, close to Dragon Blade, and Kitsune Rush. Not quite having beat a little bit yet, but there's the Kitsune Rush, there's the Dragon Strike. I'm a little bit worried about Earth Shatter, so I'm going to be trying to not step up that far, though we are able to find a... No way! I really wanted to see if I could trank to walk forward. There's a Dragon Blade, and they do have their beat online now. So, as their Genji is in a really, really committal position, I'm going to be putting my Discord Orb onto them, but the Reinhardt pins into our spawn, putting themselves in a very dangerous position, especially into our Ramatra and our Pharah LOS. But it might be a little bit too... They have a little bit too much HP to sustain. So as I see the Reinhardt still in a very, very strong position, as our Kiriko goes down, the main thing that's going to stop Earth Shatter here is my Transcendence. So I want to make sure that I'm ready to help or react to an Earth Shatter and help my team as much as possible. But as their team locks onto us with the beat drop, it's going to be very hard for us to sustain that push, despite us finding a good Transcendence onto the Earth Shatter. But our Pharah is fragging out, and we're going to be able to continue trading. Our Pharah goes down, unfortunately, though, and I think that that will be spelling out our first round loss. Very A-okay. It's going to be super, super close quarters. We don't have too much space to maneuver around and to force the enemy team into more open spaces, which would greatly favor us on Zenyatta. So the next two maps are going to be actually very, 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 like, much better for us, as well as we're going to get a lot more value out of our float perk, being able to actually get out of the super closed corridors, and probably just kind of like float away from closer range heroes. With our team comp though, I want to be putting my orb onto my Pharah, I think, primarily, since it's going to be... Our Ramatra is going to be needing a lot of care on the front line. If I'm able to allow my Pharah to get aggressive while not needing too much attention from our Kiriko, I think that that'd be really, really good. But as our Ramattra takes a bunch of damage, I'm going to throw Orb onto them to see if I could potentially take a bunch of damage. I'm going to throw Orb onto them to see if I could potentially help them with that frontline trade, since I'm not able to swing super far out onto the Reinhardt yet. Though as the Reinhardt gets fairly close, our team walks away. Echo wants us dead, but our Kiriko is very, very nice and helps us out. I'm just going to chill main. I don't want to rotate. Straight up, a lot of... big mistake that I see from a lot of Zenyatta players and just support players in general. Sometimes your team is going to take dangerous rotations to get into good positions for them. You want to be playing for good positions for you, however that may look. Sometimes that's going to be following your team. Sometimes that's going to be literally just standing still. But however it may look, you want to be finding the right spots for you. Unfortunately, we are going to be going down to their Kiriko there in that little 1v1. If I was able to hit more shots or find my way into the Mega Room, we would be in a much better position. But like Soldier 76, with Zenyatta being a little bit more of a shooter-based hero, I want to be finding space on the map that I could potentially be taking, and then finding my way to those positions as they open up. So I thought that I could rotate to the right side there, but unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit too hard for us. With their entire team on that right side area, their Echo on the left side, again, I don't really want to rotate this open space because it would leave us without cover. But as the rest of their team starts to fight on that left side, I'm going to see if I could take this right side area and develop an angle on the point to make it hard for the enemy team to walk back into. So we see their Kiriko very, 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 very low. Our Kiriko also gets low. I'm going to be stepping inside this Kitsune rush to see if I'm able to get a good duel onto the Kiriko, and we are successful in winning it. Reinhardt is coming pretty close here, and again, I'm going to be thinking about my Transcendence as a way to possibly negate that Earth Shatter that they have built up. But I'm very nervous about High Noons. That's going to be an ability that will cause us a lot of troubles if we're not careful about it and we get caught out in open space. We see their Echo getting fairly close to our Ramattra, so I was going to throw a Discord on them to see if I'd be able to take them down. But as Echo dupes the Reinhardt, I'm going to be trying to Trank to keep our Ramattra up. I take the pin for them as well, but unfortunately a little bit too far away to take the second one, and they will be going down to that. Sierra on that high ground, Cassidy on the low ground. But we are successful in finding the kill onto their Lucio as well as their Echo, as they don't look at us for a little bit. So those two exit frags I think are going to be fairly helpful for the rest of our team to start re-engaging here. I want to be just finding myself in those sort of aggressive spots where they're not able to look at me, since they're forced to look at other places of the map to help our team. As our team is brawling on the point, beat drop gets used. I'm just going to be taking this right side high ground with our Sierra, but unfortunately we're just a little bit too late to the fight as we fight that 5v3 on the point. I think that'd be kind of hard for anyone to win. Things are looking a little bit dire here. So as I think about how I want to be taking this next fight, I have no way of really touching the point, but I do have options of just shooting my gun onto the enemy team, and we are successful in finding some of the kills. Unfortunately, it looks like none of our teammates are really trying to get a touch onto the point. Despite our many kills onto the enemy team, we will be losing this game. Ending that 9-7 definitely really sucks to be losing in that way, but I think on that first round, while it was still very, very winnable, sometimes there's only going to be so much that you can do. I don't know exactly how to change my play except from hitting a few more shots. So while we're in queue for this next game, I'm going to be in Vaxta to hopefully be a little bit more prepared to fight some important 1v1s in our next game. Since Zenyatta is going to be a very mechanically demanding hero, it's important to make sure that your mechanics are all warmed up. So I will see you guys in the next game. Bang, and then like editor is going to cut right there, and it's going to be freaking awesome. That was a tough game. I'm really kind of sad that we kept, like, we never took a fight as 5 on that, second point. First point was just kind of, like, it just kind of sucked that we got out-tempoed a little bit. But I was really hopeful on the second point, since we were able to do a little bit more because we had open space like I was talking about. But, you can only get so much, like, I can't get back to the fight quickly on Zenyatta. But that's okay. What role are we queuing? We are queuing support right now. So this is going to be the Zenyatta focused video, where I'm going to be leaning into Zenyatta, and if Zenyatta is ever banned, then I will be leaning into Baptiste. For now, I'm just making sure that my mechanics are going to be chill, walking into our next game. I'll make sure that I get... So something that I like to do whenever I'm playing a projectile-based hero that's important to hit your shots on, I usually really like to do this, which really helps you just sort of like get a feel for your bullet timing and direction, where it will allow you to track them in a very predictable arc to get a good feel of how fast your projectiles go on different range targets, as well as like different vertical and horizontal adjustments. Other thing that I like to do is, especially on heroes like Kiriko, is turn off the bouncing but make it very easy, 100%, because then the bots in this are just virtually like straight lining a lot of the time. Damn, wait, never mind, what the hell? Why is the very easy bots got moves? It makes it really, really nice to get like a good feel for your projectile at different ranges. I don't know what my habit is with Zenyatta, but I always go for like those little like flick adjustments. What role am I queuing? Oh, do I need to queue or something? For this series that I'm doing, the ranked lessons, I always end up solo queuing. Maybe I'll try to incorporate some duos or some groups in the future, but for now I just solo queue for this specific series. If we end up playing after our ranked lessons though, then I'd be down. Okay. With Colosseo being the map that we want to be playing, our DPS player wants to be playing Tracer, so I super agree with the Lucio ban, and I would be very okay with the Kiriko as well. Other hero that I might want banned would be something like a Diva or a Wrecking Ball, because Zenyatta has very, very little mobility, but is going to be able to pump in a bunch of damage over time. You want to be taking out a lot of the mobility-based heroes in the game to allow you to play a little bit easier and breathe a little bit easier, so there are more threats that the enemy team would need to have that are going to play into your damage trade rather than the mobility and control of the map. Since as soon as the enemy team has good control over the map, your job on Zenyatta gets very, very hard very, very quickly. But our composition looking like it's going to be Orisa, Tracer, Baptiste, Zenyatta, and then whatever other DPS wants to go. Ideally, like something like a Cassidy would be amazing to see. I think we're going to be in a very, very good spot here on Colosseo. I think a main thing that I want to be thinking about, while there are some players on Zenyatta who like to get super, super flanky and like aggressive on off angles, basically as Zenyatta, for this specific comp, I think that I'm just going to stack and shoot my gun. I'll be talking about my Discord and my Harmony usage though, as I play a little bit more positionally simple job. Since Discord is going to be one of the main tools in your kit for winning damage trades, so if I'm ever in like a 1v1 scenario, of course I'm going to throw damage or Discord orb onto them, as it will require me one less shot to hit usually to win a 1v1. As I see they have an echo on that right side area, I'm just going to be chilling back towards this main and then just firing in damage at head level, which is a very important part, to see if I can potentially take anyone down or force out any big cooldowns. As our teammate goes down on the left side, I'm going to be forced to play into it a little bit, which really sucks. And I want to be keeping orb on my Baptiste as they sort of pass towards the Mega, since if they go down, we're not going to have enough healing. Zenyatta does not output nearly enough healing, but as their team starts to back up a little bit and give us a little bit more breathing room, a very important part of Zenyatta or any real shooter is you want to keep the pressure up. Take the space that they give you to make it as difficult for the enemy team to breathe over the course of the game. So we see our Tracer fighting on the left side. I would like to keep my Harmony Orb on them, but as our Orisa gets very active in the front line, they're going to take a little bit more of my attention. Sojourn main area. As our Orisa gets fairly low, I'm going to chuck a couple of orbs on this left side to see if I'm able to catch out their Tracer whatsoever, but as we're very close to our Transcendence, maybe we could be playing a bit aggressive on that. We know that Ana's on the right side, so I could be looking to help our team follow up on it, give them no room to back up or no escape route as our team comes in from the other side. So we can just be chilling main again and shooting our gun. Again, like I was saying, anytime that they give us space, we want to take it. We want to try to stuff them out the best that we can. And it will result in opportunities like that to find a lot of potential kills. With the Zarya very close, I'm going to keep Harmony Orb on my Orisa, as it's a bit harder for my Baptiste to be able to heal it. And as their Zarya gets a good angle onto those sort of stairs area, I'm just going to be playing under. I have control over the card. If I get pressured here, I am just going to pop my Trank. Unless it's this Tracer, who I feel like I could win a 1v1 against, but as soon as I start to lose it, I'm out of there. I'm going to use the later part of my Transcendence to just care our Orisa and get them all healed up. But using my Transcendence there is going to allow me to get my 25% back instantly due to my Tactician sub-roll. As well as we were able to not let the Tracer steal the cart. We were able to stay alive and get value a little bit later so that we can be looking for any potential plays later here. Graviton Surge onto our Orisa is not going to be super fruitful because we have our gold to get out of it, but as our Orisa goes down, since they continue layering ults, I have two options. I could get out or I could die on point. I think that I'm going to get out as our Baptiste is here to help us live on our kite. If our Bap wasn't here, I probably would just die on the cart because there'd be a lot less chance of us actually surviving during our kite. I'm going to be using this window, just trying to fire at head level to see if I'm able to get anything, but as I will not be successful in doing so, it's time to sort of start walking up a little bit again, putting an orb onto my Orisa as they're taking a bunch of damage, but then I want to be shifting it to my Tracer. As their Tracer's 1 HP does not quite get the Mega Health Pack, I want to be backing up to grab the mini, give myself as much of an advantage as possible, but unfortunately it will not be enough and we're just barely not going to be able to live the lamp, or we're not going to be able to live with the lamp from the Tracer's pulse spawn. But that is a-okay, as we still have the lead here. I'm going to be just trying to float up to this high ground. I don't know if I can actually, it doesn't look like I can. Maybe with the double jump tag. But with our Transcendence available, we can be getting a lot more aggressive again. We see there's Zarya on the high ground. I'm actually going to be just kind of like running it down at them to see if I could help out our team whatsoever. I'm going to be popping Transcendence to enable my Orisa to get super active. Their Zarya is going to continue to step forward. I put my Harmony Orb onto my Tracer as they're going to be one of the main ones taking a bunch of damage now. But as the enemy team's attention shifts to my Orisa, that's going to be my new Harmony Orb target. And now I'm not able to do too much to their Zarya. So I want to be just putting some of my attention towards their tracer. Somebody's getting the cart, it's not me. So I'm just going to be staring at this angle and trying to force out this threat as much as possible to enable my Ashe and my Baptiste to do a lot of damage on the front line. As their team is very, very close and we don't have a tank to really buffer for us, I'm just going to be backing up here. Huge kill coming out from our tracer. Main thing that I want to be thinking about is just noting any space that the enemy team gives me and taking it. I see they're casting on this right side. I see the Zarya on the left side. I could be trying to walk down main, but I think that I'm going to be taking this left side to help support our tracer fight. Maybe get a Discord onto their Ana or their Wu Yang. And as I get the Discord onto their Wu Yang, it potentially will enable me and my team to find more kills. But as I go for a very greedy swing, I knew that they had Pulse Bomb, but I was hoping that my float perk would make it a little bit difficult to hit. Though a very nice play from their tracer, it will connect onto us and we will be exploding back to the spawn room. But our team is still going to continue that steamroll and pushing the car even further into the enemy team's territory. We have our Transcendence online fairly soon. I'm hitting tab to see if their tracer is dead or not, because that's going to be the main hero that would be capable of spawn camping us and catching us off guard during our walk back. So since their tracer was still in spawn while we were coming back, it was going to make it much more safe for us to be in the fight. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard the high noon, but I figured that it was used to take the bridge area, not that sort of like right side swing or that right last corner. So I'm going to get caught out by the high noon there, but Graviton Surge and high noon both being used is very okay for us. We're going to be able to use our Transcendence quite aggressively now, and then we see their team swapping them quite a bit, going into the Wu Yangs and Yada, and now probably even a more pokier direction, I'd imagine a Sigma. Yep. So they're all going to be in the super pokey based direction. They're going to be trying to fight us in this raw number trade. So that means that we can be taking angles a little bit more. The main threat to us is going to be the Tracer. So every time that we see the Tracer getting forced or going back to the spawn room, we can be looking for a bit more aggressive angles, since their team has very little mobility to really punish plays on these sort of side lanes for us. So we see the Tracer on that left side. We see the Echo. Echo is going to be something to consider that has a bit more mobility for their team to be able to punish us. But as we have our Transcendence, which is going to be an immortality button, we can still be getting fairly active. Though it looks like their team is not wanting to touch, and we will be winning this game. Doing a lot of damage, getting some value out of our healing with the 5,000 healing, 3,000 damage. Not too much, and we weren't able to get as many frags as we possibly could there, but we were very much in control throughout that entire game and continue our winning trend, if I remember correctly, on support through Grandmaster 2. So let's see how our next game goes. Yes, and we got gold on Zenyatta like we were all asking for. So let's hope to see plat pretty soon. Mr. Rapid Discord playstyle? Yeah. Rapid Discord was very fun. Just being able to kind of like spam it onto a bunch of different people was so much fun. Thank you for the follow, Scott, Carrot Ghost, and Tallies. Sanctum is so hard to get through the choke. It's such a weird map with how it favors vastly different types of heroes at the choke versus the point itself. Yeah, I agree. Sanctum really is weird like that. Like with our comp being super poke based on Sanctum in the last game, it would be like once we would get control of the point, we would be in such a good spot. But since we weren't able to really do that, it's just kind of super hard. Oh, we have Hawk. Oh my. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, Cider Gamer. I appreciate it. Oh, Cider Game. My fault. Thank you, bro. Okay. Ooh, a little bit of a rougher map for us. Yeah, your PCC could sub now. Thank you, bro. Okay. With Zenyatta being the hero that we want to be playing on Atlas, I want Tracer gone. I want this hero eradicated. Because super hyper mobile based heroes are going to be a very big issue for us. So I'm going to be banning Lucio, Genji, and Tracer, as they're going to be all heroes that will be either capable of getting onto us very easily, or and Lucio would enable others to get onto us very, very easily with that sort of speed boost, and we wouldn't have too much to really do about it. So since we want to be forcing Zenyatta, I want to be banning to accommodate or take out the more mobile heroes in the game to accommodate our more ground and slower developmental playstyle, where we just want to be pumping in damage consistently. So with our composition being Zenyatta, Juno, Sojourn, and we don't know our tank and other DPS yet, there are a lot of ways that we can play. Atlas is not necessarily a favored map for Zenyatta because there are a ton of different little routes and angles and sort of corridors that will make it hard for us to see exactly who is trying to approach us, or we won't have many sight lines for us to pump in damage over time. So Atlas, especially this first point, is going to be very, very hard, and our rotations need to be snappy. They need to be quick, and we need to make sure that we understand where we're going most of the time. I think I'm going to start by stacking on our team, but it might be that we would want to play a bit more of a ratty playstyle, or kind of like a lurker later in the game, but we will see how things develop. But seems like as this game is canceled, we will not be finding out kind of how we want to be playing Zenyatta on this map. I was kind of excited to do so, actually, too. That sucks. Oh well. OMG EV stream? Yep. EV stream. I know I've been slacking for a little bit, or the past like week or two, because life has just been super busy. But I'm going to be trying to get a lot more active pretty soon. I have a very fun, exciting event coming up pretty soon here that I'll be playing on stream. A video idea that I've been wanting to return back to, but add a little bit of a twist. So we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna gatekeep it a little bit for now, since the first time that I made an idea like this, it immediately got scooped up. So I'm keeping it under wraps until I actually pull up with the stream. Alright, so now we have our new game on New Queen Street. We're still going to be on Zenyatta here, and I still want Tracer gone, and I still want Lucio gone, but I'm a lot more flexible with what other bans we would want, and I think that I will want to ban Lucio over, or I will want to ban Ana over Lucio, considering that we have a Roadhog player. Ana is going to be a huge issue for our Roadhog if they're still in the game, and especially on this bit more of an open map, there's not too much to really be done about an Ana. But fortunately, Lucio is still banned. Tracer is banned from the enemy team, which will be enabling our Zenyatta gameplay. So I think that the bans win very much in our favor for this point, as well as it's going to be a lot better of a point or a map for us than Atlas. With Atlas, since there were so many corridors and little like flanks that enemies could take to get onto us, with New Queen Street, things are going to be a lot more cut and dry simple. There's going to be a ton of open space on the map where we can see people approaching, or we can be planning to, or we can be pumping in damage during the entire walk up for an enemy onto us. So this map is going to be fairly good for Zenyatta, I would say. And I hope that we're going to be able to win out this game. With a Roadhog, Genji, Sojourn, I want to make sure that my orb is on my Genji pretty early here, as that's going to be the main person who's going to control a lot of our flanks, and like other like non-main positions on the map. While I want to be kind of playing in like a centralized position and taking any space that the enemy team is giving us. And just trying to pump in as much damage as I can. With Zenyatta, especially, because you have the projectiles, you don't actually necessarily need to be peeking, like, much at all. You just want to be like, you can be pumping in like a bunch of damage over time if you just like jiggle peek and just spam. So you can see there I got the kill onto the Sojourn, and as our Kiriko goes low, I'm going to be shifting my Harmony Orb over to her. But as their entire team is forced to peek on that corner, if we keep spamming down that corner, even if we're not missing, or even if we're not hitting all that much, when we do hit, it's going to be such high value, since if you've ever gotten domed in the head by a Zenyatta, even if it doesn't feel that crazy for you as a Zenyatta player to be finding big damage or finding like any sort of headshots, if you play against the Zen and you get domed as soon as you peek a corner, you don't want to peek that no more, bro. So with our damage, if we're putting it in the right spots, we're going to be able to effectively shut down positions fairly easily. As their team starts to walk up a little bit though, it's going to mean that we are in a bit of a harder position. But as their team walks forward, we can be just looking to follow up even more with our damage. And as you can see, we're completely uncontested. We're able to find good sight lines onto the enemy team. We're just pumping in damage. Players on the enemy team are not able to get onto us whatsoever, and we're just farming value. It's why New Queen Street is going to be such a strong map for Zenyatta, because these open sight lines are kind of like the enemy team is forced to play into these big open sight lines. So I know that their Cassidy is up there, so I'm just going to be spamming on that upper corridor and hoping to be spamming out a lot of the potential value that the enemy team could get. Switching my orb over to my Kiriko as they get fairly low. I might be popping my Transcendence here, but I think that that would be kind of a waste. Unless I kill with Orisa, which actually was possible. If I hit more shots, I actually would have been able to kill the Orisa, and then I would use my Transcendence to live, so I could get back into the fight much sooner than if I were to just die. Since especially with the Tactician sub role, we're able to use our Transcendence very, very aggressively and somewhat loosely, because we're just going to be able to farm it right back. We get an instant 25% on every time we pop our Trang to the next one. So we want to make sure that we're getting value out of that by using it fairly frequently. Since now that my ultimate is capped out, it's going to mean that we want to be getting it used somewhat soon here. So I'm going to be trying to extend our lead a little bit by going for a bit of an aggressive play, maybe finding a stagger. But as their Emre is in a hard spot for us to swing, I'm just going to be chilling. I'm just going to be stabilizing under. I know that my... I see their Cassie on that left side, and as their Emerald gets used, I think that me and my Hog were on a bit of a mission together, and it's actually going to be kind of important that we die pretty soon here. This is not the spot you want to be. This is not the greatest spot ever, but I'm checking the open space to make sure that I'm not caught out by their Emre, as the hit scan is going to have a little bit of an easier time really dealing with us. But we are able to find a good flank to take down their Wu Yang. Baptiste will be taking us down shortly afterwards, so a little bit of a side adventure for us. Whoa! Oh my god! Wait, my hog is a beast. I don't advise going for or like committing so much to a sneaky play like that. That definitely is not optimal, but it was really funny since me and my hog were together on that. And we were able to find a few more kills. With the Reaper walking up, I'm actually going to be backing up to see if I can get a good Discord onto this Orisa. As they use their spin, I'm just going to be walking up like I mentioned a little bit earlier. Every time that the enemy team is giving me space that I could be taking, I want to take it. I want to give myself as many opportunities to really shoot my gun as possible. As you can see, the value that comes from just shooting our gun on Zenyatta is so valuable. Know that the Reaper wants to be walking up fairly soon here. I'm actually going to be popping my Transcendence. Despite us using our Kitsune Rush, I'm going to be using my Trank to keep all of us alive on that front line, and then going for a bit of a flank play myself Fortunately, not having my orbs completely charged, but we are able to force out their lamp, their dash, and bring them into our Hogs LOS. Not quite able to get the kill that I wanted. If I was able to get the kill onto the Weing early, or on our first right-click charge, then I think that we would have been able to live that turn from the enemy team. Though sometimes these things will happen. It's why Zenyatta is such a mechanically demanding hero, is because opportunities like that will not come around too often. If we were playing through main and they were just going to, and they were continuing to put in ultimates, we weren't going to be able to find too much value. Since we don't want to be peeking through the window, we want to be going for a different angle. Anytime, a general rule that I advise for a lot of people when they're trying to self-auto review or coach themselves or aren't able to get like solid coaching, ask yourself, do you want to be taking a fight? Is a fight good for you? And straight up, if it's not good for you, don't take it. That applies to micro, that applies to macro, that applies on an individual scale or on a team scale. Don't take bad fights. Unless you have to, unless you're forced to. Sometimes bad fights are going to be your only option, but if you can ever choose to avoid it, ask yourself, what is a favorable position for me? What is a favorable exchange for me? And then always try to play or lean into those. So we see their team in a pretty good spot here. They're about to find the lead back. As we find the kill onto the Sojourn though, I really don't want to be popping my Transcendence. I'm seeing if I can greet it if possible, and it looks like I will be successful in doing so. I was just hiding behind that pillar, hoping that my Sojourn was able to take down the remaining Baptiste, so I would not have to pop my Transcendence, but we will be successful in holding on to it, so we can go for a very, very, very aggressive play here. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Putter. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream, dude. I'll read chat in just a moment. But with our Transcendence here, I want to be seeing if I can get a little bit more active or aggressive. I hear that the window is being used in their Blossom used in our backline. Now would be a pretty good chance for us to potentially walk up. If I can save my Genji, that would be optimal, but as our Zarya is walking, that will be more than fine. I throw my orb onto Zarya. So as the rest of their team is very stacked on the point, I just want to be chilling and taking any value that I can. Sojourn finding a huge amount of value with their overclock will be winning this fight for us. Our tank is coming back from the spawn. Our Sojourn is going to be completely clutching up that fight for us, and now I want to be farming my next Transcendence as soon as I possibly can. I'm going to be leaning back here because their team is in a fairly decent spot, and I want to give myself escape route, so I'm going to be leaning down this stairway area, but as we pop our Kitsune Rush, it will give us a chance to start walking forward. I'm not able to do too much for my Sojourn on the left, so I'm just going to do what I can and just use my Kitsune Rush to be pumping in damage to the Orisa. My Dragon Blade gets used, forces out the enemy Wu Ying's bubble. But it looks like our team is going to go down here, which is A-okay. As long as we're forcing out a bunch of ultimates from the enemy team, they're only going to have 1 minute to reclaim about 2 to 3 fights here. So if we're able to force out any ultimates from them here and now, it'll make it much harder for them to cap later in the fights that are really, really important for them to win. Huge grab coming out. We'll be taking their Sojourn down. Unfortunately, I think that they are going to get a pretty decent respawn in time, but I think that it will make it much harder for the enemy team to get a solid fight here, and they're going to be forced to use their ultimates a little bit earlier. How I want to be thinking about my Transcendence, if I'm ever able to completely negate one of the ultimates and force out more from the enemy team before they get into a fight that would actually win them the game, that would be an amazing way to use my Transcendence. But until then, I'm just going to be chilling on the cart. Somebody's got to do it. Reaper's walking forward. I don't want to necessarily fight that. So I'm going to be backing up, trying to put in a bunch of range-based damage onto the Reaper. As they are done with their fade, though, I can be walking back up, getting bubbled by my Zarya, and then a celebratory trank to win this game. I think overall, a pretty awesome performance from my entire team. I'm very, very had fun exploration of the map with the Roadhog a little bit earlier. And then this amazing overclock from my Sojourn. Honestly, this scene, like, I'm not in voice chat, I don't join voice chat often, but this scene was really fun to play with. But with that win, I think that will be climbing us a little bit deeper into Grandmaster 2, continuing our winning trend on support. And I think maybe we have time for one more. How many did we play today? We played 3 for Zenyatta. That won't be cut out. Both of them. Okay, we have time for one more for support today. So let's see how that game goes. Bang, and then like video Eevee is gonna cut there, and it's gonna be freaking awesome. Let me see this raid. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Putter. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. I always pop in on like Putter streams whenever like I'm not. It's like my #1 option to raid. I love, bro. I'm sorry, Putter. Whenever I'm like locked in for ranked lessons, a series at least in particular, I usually read chat in between rounds, or in between games, because these end up being YouTube videos, and I want to make sure that the YouTube viewers have like my attention. I'm putting in like all of the, giving them like a good experience as well, and then I talk to chat in between games. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Wendy New. I appreciate it. You like this stream? I'm glad you like it. Does Moira in higher ranks need better situational awareness / macro than other supports to offset or lack of utility? Potentially. Good, gotta go though. You'll be lurking. Good luck in your games. Thank you, thank you. I'll next time you're live, I'll be raiding you. Well, after. Do I co-stream? Good play-by-play cast. I don't co-stream the OWCS games right now. I could. No, that could be fun. I have done quite a bit of casting work in my past, though. Loot boxes or Moira parkour. I'll open some loot boxes. I love casting. I go 0-1s on DPS. Yeah, our DPS was kind of rough today. But something that's really important, I think, for anyone looking to improve, you want to just keep the general trend line upward. Sometimes you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have good days. As long as the general trend line is upwards, then that means that you're improving. Since progress is not linear, improvement is not linear. You'll go up, you'll go down. You have some hard games, you'll have some easy games. Just make sure that you're focusing on yourself and what you can be doing better throughout it, and the actual process of improvement rather than on the actual results. I've gotten a lot of accounts up to champ on DPS. I have confidence that this one will make it there as well. So I'm not too worried. I love Tracer. I hope I might just straight up do Tracer for our next DPS video. I won't even lie, because I've been thinking about Tracer quite a bit today. We didn't get much out of our loot boxes, but I can do some Moira parkour. I don't know the Moira parkour code. Alcohol. We can do a 1v1 arena. Let's see what the TXCXXs are looking like nowadays. I haven't done this. Is like a really good, if you ever want to get like sort of like dual experience, I recommend it for DPS players quite a bit to just join like these sort of like 1v1 lobbies, as it gives you like real experience against real players. Building your mechanics and like Baxa is a really good thing to do, but there's nothing that can substitute like actually just like fighting another player. For the most part, it can be very good practice. What the what? What do I main? I'm most known for my tank gameplay. I have the most experience in scrims on tank, but I can play every role in the game. If I had to pick like one main in the entire game though, oh, it's so hard. It's so hard to please EV for a say. No kids say you're a gallery. I'm sorry. Okay. That's one of the first things I'd want to be adding for the channel reward points is some amount of channel points is going to be for Mark All Is Seen. I'll hit the Mark All Is Seen button. Zenyatta be mostly good on Route 66. But Ilios is not very good, but that's okay. It's really good on Ruins. Zenyatta's very, very good on Ruins, but main thing that, like, how we've been going about Zenyatta in all of these games is I want Tracer gone. I want Tracer gone. I want Genji gone. I really want Genji gone on this map, actually. I want Lucio gone. Our team wants Roadhog Kiriko. I don't really mind Roadhog or Kiriko personally, so I'm just gonna ban Tracer to I guess I'll ban Kiri. Main reasons why I want Kiriko, or not Kiriko, Tracer, Lucio, or Genji banned is especially on this map with a lot of high grounds that we're going to be wanting to play around. Genji's going to be a hero that is going to get onto us fairly easily as Zenyatta, and we're not going to have much counterplay against, since Deflect is going to make it a little bit favored matchup for Genji. Still very easy or possible to win those 1v1s. The main form of value that we want to be playing for is getting just raw damage onto the enemy team. So with Genji being able to walk onto us fairly easily and climb up onto any high grounds that we might be holding, it's very, very scary for us to be able to it's very scary to let that option be available. But unfortunately, the bans aren't going to go too much in our favor, though Tracer is banned, which is going to be a huge plus for us. I'm also fairly happy to see that Hazard ban, but all of these heroes are going to be a-okay. With our composition being Doomfist, Genji, Juno, Cassidy, it's going to be rather hard for us, and we might actually have to get a little bit quirky with our positioning. I'm going to start with the idea of staying stacked on my Cassidy, as we both want to be playing for similar things, and our Cassidy might be able to give us some help to protect ourselves. But with the Cat Bastion being one of the things that the enemy team is leaning into, I really want to be thinking about how can I get good discords onto this Bastion in a way that will enable my team. Because Cat Bastion is going to be such an oppressive force in the game, and our team is not going to have much capability of really dealing with it, I want to be maximizing any time that we are able to deal with it or shoot the Bastion whatsoever with our Discord orbs. So I'm going to be playing I'm going to try, my first idea that I'm going to try is playing around my Discord orbs primarily to get it onto the Bastion and try to take them or make their job as hard as possible. As I hear the Reaper TP top left though, I'm going to be just backing up to make it harder for them to deal with me. I hear their Doomfist punching. I want to see if I can try to take that down, but as their Reaper is just sort of straggling out main, it will enable us to find that kill. I want to really get an orb onto my Doomfist here. Discord orb onto the enemy Doomfist, and they will be going down. Cat Bastion both on that coast side, so I'll be shifting orb onto my Juno, since if they go down, the world is going to be a much harder place with us being the solo healer on Zenyatta, and we will be winning that point. Reaper in that close corridor main area, I don't want to deal with that at all, so I'm not going to. I'm going to go somewhere else. Our Doomfist goes down quite early though, and the Bastion's in that top right. I want to be... It's kind of a really hard situation for us because we want to be playing in closed spaces to avoid the Cat Bastion because they're not going to be able to shoot us through roofs. But we also don't want to be in closed spaces because their Doomfist or their Reaper is going to be able to easily just sort of like walk at us and blow us up. With our Transcendence, though, we can be getting a little bit more aggressive. Illari discorded on that main area, and Reaper's on the top left. Doomfist wants us dead, but we are able to take them down with the help of our Cassidy. I want to see if I can find a Discord Orb onto their Bastion. We are successful in doing so, and now that a lot of space is opening up, I don't have to be very scared of that Illari ult whatsoever, since I have my Transcendence available. I'm leaning towards this back hallway so that I'd be able to float out as soon as their Bastion ult would land on the point. As soon as their Bastion ult would land on the point, I don't want to be caught in this sort of like closed space, so I'd be using my float perk to get away from the enemy team, or the danger as the best that I could. With my Transcendence still being available, I can be posturing in a way that will play a little bit more in these closed spaces. But as our Genji pops Blade, I'm going to be kind of chilling the best that I can. Unfortunately, I was a little bit slow to react, and I was not able to get my Transcendence off before their Doomfist got us thrown into the wall. So I will be going down there just to do a reaction time check. But with our Transcendence coming back, I can be looking to just brawl onto the point a good bit. Maybe the... No. The... Oh, it's not even a perk anymore. I was wondering if... Zenyatta used to have a perk where everybody in your Discord, or everybody in your Transcendence would be discorded. But seems like that is no longer an option. With their cap being on that high ground area, and I was going to be able to use my float perk to get a lot of damage onto the Bastion, they'd be shortly followed up by my teammates. Reaper is main area, my D.Va is going for a very aggressive play, Cat is on the point yet again. I know there's some sort of like way that you can get to the high ground as Zenyatta here, but as the Reaper gets fairly close, I don't really want much to do with it. So I'm going to be using my float perk to get outside of their Doomfist's punch range, and then trying to turn for their Bastion. My position there was absolutely abhorrent, I won't even lie to you. Starting that close to the enemy team is going to be putting us in a really bad spot later in the fight. And we will be losing because of it. Because I go down early and I'm not able to help with the Cat Bastion or the Reaper later in the fight, we are going to be losing that control of the point, and it looks like the round because of it. I can try my best to touch, but as I realize I don't actually have the mobility to make it, I will be backing up, trying to just hope that somebody else will get it and play for my damage value instead in that bottom left area. But that is a-okay. The next 2 points for Zenyatta are going to be much better for us, with Well going to be one of the weaker one, but as soon as we get onto Ruins, I think that's going to be fairly strong for us. Main thing that I want to be thinking about playing for, since they have a lot of mobility, it should be a little bit hard for us to take any angles, but they seem very uncoordinated, and then also not really getting onto me too often. So I might be trying to take the top left area just to start. If I'm able to start in that top left windmill cycle, then hopefully it will give us really good sight lines over the point. If there's a Cat Bastion there, maybe we'd be able to help out with that sort of duel, as well as it's harder for their Doomfist to really deal with us in this area. So we see their Reaper, we see the Mercy and the Cat. I don't know where the Bastion is though, but as Mercy gets very low, I want to see if I can just kind of like take down or pump in as much damage as possible to the enemy team. Just spamming out any sort of corridors or corners that I think that the enemy team might be peeking through. Trying to find any damage that I possibly can, and we are able to take down the Reaper because of it. Every time we get like an angle onto like a spot where we think that the enemy team is going to be fairly like prevalent in, we can just be trying to spam them out as much as possible. You can be doing this on any hero, well not any hero, but any little bit of mobility hero is going to be able to walk up there to get back onto the high ground fairly easily. But now that they're on Genji, that was a hero that I was afraid of, so now I'm just going to be rotating away towards this right side, as our job is now way harder. So as the D.Va gets pretty close to us and is going to want to walk us down pretty soon, I'm leaning back to give myself a bit of a buffer to pump in damage during their walk. Unfortunately, I'm not quite able to demech as they're getting double pocketed by the supports on the enemy team, but we got very, very close because we gave ourselves a bit of that buffer and a little bit of time to react. As our Genji's on this right side, I can be looking for a Discord orb onto them, but D.Va walking onto our soldier is going to be our main focal point. As if we can demech them, we're going to be in a very, very good spot. Mercy goes down. I want to see, hopefully they bomb there, but as they don't, I'm just going to be turning my attention and keeping up everybody who we can. And as the threats are forced out from the enemy team, we will be winning that point. First thing that I want to be doing, I have my Transcendence online, so I can be playing fairly aggressive. There's not anything in particular I'd necessarily really need to save it for, aside from Blade. Blade is going to be a pretty important thing for us to keep track of. As their team is walking within sort of striking range of my position, I'm just going to be backing up to see if I can get into a better spot. I'm going to try to float up here because that would be wonderful if I could, but as that's not the case, I'm just going to turn my attention to help with the D.Va primarily. Since their D.Va is in a very, very good spot for us to Discord, and we got a good Discord onto them, I wanted to use my Transcendence to keep my Discord orb onto the D.Va, which would make it much, much easier for us to win the fight later, and we forced out the bomb in that big open area. As well as later, their DPS were trying to fight us, and we were able to win those duels mechanically. So that will be putting us in a pretty good spot, and their Dragon Blade is not going to be a big threat to us after their Genji gets sent back to the spawn room. And with their Genji going down yet again, we will be winning that point and then heading on to Ruins, which is going to be, I think, Zenyatta's most favored map in the Ilios pool. What up, Coral and William Aston? Thank you for the follow, Wendy. Well, I saw Wendy knew. William Aston, Indy174. Oh, what up, Heavy Milt? Good to see you.
That's just the way I like it.
Okay, but locking back into our game here for a little bit. All perks are online, and I think that there's going to be a really... The Ruins is good for Zenyatta for a few reasons, but primarily being that it's kind of a single lane, like very focused damage exchange based map that we're going to be able to get a lot of good positions off of our float perk from. So as you can see here, we're immediately onto this high ground, and we're going to be able to spam out important spots of the map. It's making their Ana have a way harder time. I definitely should have put an orb on my teammates before playing to spam out the enemy team, but alas, we will still be able to find a good bit of value, pressure out the enemy team, as well as win this first point, enable our team to step forward quite a bit. So as their soldier is main, I hear they're on right side, but I'm not actually going to do all that much about it. I'm just going to sit here and shoot. Their Doomfist does have punch. Hearing that is a fairly important thing to keep an ear out for because of that. If that was us, then the game would be completely out of our hands. I'm going to donate another charge punch to their Doomfist just because I'm feeling fairly giving today. So I'm going to be, now that their Doomfist has charge punch again, I'm just going to be backing up and donating yet another one because I'm just the giver. But since their Doomfist is backing up, we can follow up shortly and take all of the space that the enemy team is giving to us. I hear a few people walking right side from the enemy team, and that's going to be kind of hard for me to match. But as I see their Doomfist close, I'm just going to be not charging up my bullets again, but instead just firing single ones so I'd be able to stop giving them punch easily. And as I know that they have their charge punch, I was going to hide on that high ground. But with the Reaper TP behind, that's going to be our trigger to shift our attention away from the front line and start peeling all of the space that's inside of our team. But we are able to just kind of like sit wherever we want, put discords onto targets who we want to put discords onto, and just pump in damage to the enemy team. We see their soldier walking that far right side area, so I'm going to be looking to spam it out the best I can. We get them half HP before they're forced to back up, and then we hear the Reaper below us. So I'm just going to be using my float perk to just kind of like shoot them. As the Reaper TPs towards us yet again, I'm just going to be popping my Transcendence to live and then care my teammates back on the point as I give the space. We are down on Ana, so we're going to not have too much healing, but as their Doomfist is going to be falling low to our Tactical Visor and the rest of our team shooting them on the point, we will clean it up and win this game. So, ending that game 21-4, 8,000 damage and 6,000 healing. Zenyatta is going to be a mainly damage-based hero. I'm really kind of curious why they swapped off Cat Bastion, but they weren't playing too much for their form cycles, so maybe they weren't finding too much data and figured it'd just be better to swap. Though it made our job a lot easier, because there's not too much many heroes can do into Cat Bastion. So 12 charge volley kills. It's going to be putting us in a pretty good spot, and that will be the final game for our support video today. Continuing our winning trend through Grandmaster 2, winning quite a bit on Zenyatta for today. I believe that we went 3-1. Yes, we went 3-1, had a little bit of a warm-up game on Nepal, but then we're able to continue our winning trend playing only Zenyatta for today. So with that all said, for my YouTube video audience, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Bang. Okay. That was awesome sauce. That was a good support video. I think that I'm going to take like a 2-minute break here, and then I still have quite a bit of energy, so let's get into the tank video for next few days as well. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time. I'm going to upload the recording to my editor here. Google Drive. Are we playing in tank? That is what I was gonna so for anyone who wants a specific tank to be played, let me know in chat here, and I will be probably playing the most requested hero. Request some Queen gameplay. Yep, everyone requests whatever tank you want to be seeing here, and I will be coming back to chat in just a few minutes, and then we will be playing whatever the most requested tank is. May 26. Yeah, it's this one. Delete. Sorry, I'm uploading my the recordings to my editor right now so that the video can get up on time today. Recording a good backlog so we're able to focus a little bit more of our attention to more high effort content pretty soon. Today is June 1st. Yes, awesome sauce. So around here I could be playing a little bit. Alright, sick. How big are the file sizes for my recordings? The raw footage is about 22 gigabytes per video or per recording. So I have that's like first thing. Due to the amazing support for the videos in the channel, I've been able to like somewhat keep up with the storage required, but that is going to be, that's like the first thing, or one of the first things on my shopping list. Right now on my shopping list, I'm looking to get some more help with editing. I'm looking to, well, number one is an artist. I want to be working with an artist to get some Twitch emotes going and potentially some, like, help some with some thumbnails and whatnot. For more like higher effort content that's going to be coming out pretty soon. And then I would like to get some PC upgrades because I have to keep everything super bare bones on my PC to be recording and streaming at the same time. As you can see, the stream I believe is only in 720p. and I'm recording in 1080 because like straight up my PC can't handle more. So I'm looking at some PC upgrades. I'm looking at an artist. I'm looking at more storage sizes. Here the PC parts market is really good right now. Okay, awesome. What graphics card do I have? I have a 3080 in this PC. So it's a good graphics card. It's a good graphics card. I believe that my CPU is the bottleneck. I don't know what CPU I have. I understand GPUs for the most part. I don't the CPU is just like a rock that thinks I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what all the numbers mean. Okay. But with that uploading, let me know. I see a few votes for heroes or tank heroes. But I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly and probably refill my water bottle. But by the time that I'm back, we will start our tank videos for today. So let me know what tanks you want me to focus on today, ideally, or just like 1 to 2 tanks for me to focus on for this video. So I will be right back, gang. Thank you so much for the follow. My wife sleeps with other guys. Hope you're okay with that. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, hello, I am back. Big Man has been a moderator for 3 years. Let's go, Big Man. I'm here to ban St. Texas. Yeah, I did see that, Tallies. I'll respond to that right after stream, I think. I might actually... Yeah, because I am interested. I'd like to sort of inquire a bit more about that. But I'll get back to you on that. Because I am looking for artist stuff. I see 1 on Queen. I see 2 on Queen. I see Hazard. Yeah, Zen's hover perk is so much fun. I think we'll be leaning to Queen. Domina. I see a Domina. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, no problem if you fall asleep. I'm probably gonna do most of my, like, search or, like, thinking about artists tomorrow since my meds are not around yet. I tried to do, like, some artist searching today, and I just can't actually, like, sit down and, like, work. Domina. I see 2 for Queen, 1 for Hazard, Domina. Domina if bunny skin. Unfortunately, I don't have the bunny skin for Domina. Okay. I think we will do Junker Queen. We'll focus this video today on Junker Queen and then play some Domina if Junker Queen's ever banned. Or like completely unplayable. Which is very possible to make Junker Queen very unplayable. Playing Queen into like Mei, Orisa, Ana is just a little bit too difficult in a lot of instances. Okay. I do really want... I want to... I mean, Tracer is like a mega comfort hero for me on DPS. But also, we just got the guns, the red guns for it. Okay. With Junker Queen, we love flat maps. We love flat maps and... Is that who I think it is? Nope. It is not. Okay. With Junker Queen, we love flat maps as well as we like to get sort of like close... we like close range maps and we like flat maps. We don't like really fighting on the high ground, so Esperanza isn't the ideal for us. It would have been Runasapi, I believe. But that is a-okay for us. Sorry, I know I'm munching a little bit. With Junker Queen, the main bans that we'd want are just kind of Ana and Orisa. While those do benefit Roadhog quite a bit, Queen and Roadhog have quite a lot of similarities. Because if we ever get anti-nated, it's going to be kind of end of the world for us because most of our self-sustain comes from our bleed healing, as well as like our ability to really like stay in and maintain being a threat. It gets completely negated every time that we're nated. Orisa is going to be a huge issue for Junker Queen because of the displacement, as well as Spin being able to block Axe. It's going to be a really bad thing for Junker Queen. The only way that Junker Queen's able to really win against an Orisa is just if they are able to poke out the Orisa by abusing the shotgun spread on the big head hitbox of Orisa. So those are going to be the 2 heroes that I think that I'm going to prioritize in banning, but aside from that, Junker Queen is fairly good into a lot of different heroes. You would like to keep a Lucio and keeping a speed boost on your team in some way, because it's really good to help you get sort of like close range to the enemy teams. But with our team composition being Sojourn, Pharah, Kiriko, and Lucio, I want to be active. I want to be in there. I want to see any threats that the enemy team could have, or any shooters that the enemy team could have, and I want to kind of be on top of them. There's not much room for fear in our gameplay here, because especially with their composition being Wu Yang, Widowmaker, and Torbjorn, every time that we give them chances to really like play the game, it's going to be resulting in disaster for us. As we can see, their Sojourn gets to play the game, or their Widowmaker gets to play the game, and immediately finds a kill onto our Sojourn. We see their Wrecking Ball going for a very big play, and an idea that I could be playing for and would be playing for a lot on Junker Queen is to be sort of stacking on my team and denying their Wrecking Ball value as much as I could. But since if I play really passively or super far back, like you saw from that fight, things get very, very bad very, very quickly. Wrecking Ball looking to take us down, and it's going to be booping us out of our effective axe range, and I will be falling fairly low here, and then going back to the spawn room. But that is very, very a-okay. So this composition and these sort of matchups for Junker Queen are going to be a huge mechanical test. You will have to play fast, you need to be good with your rotations, you need to get onto areas that will give you opportunities to shoot the enemy team, as well as you just need to be ready to shoot the enemy team and hit your knives on any opportunities that really come up. Because your knife is going to be the primary source of value and actually closing distance between you and shooters. As their team is all on this high ground, I'm just going to be looking to pressure them as much as possible, but it's really hard for me to commit a walk onto that until I hit my knife. So I think an issue that I'm having is I'm not actually hitting too many knives right now, so I'm going to be slowing down my approach a bit and making sure that I'm actually kind of lining up my knives a bit more intentionally. With their Wu Yang ult being used, I'm just going to be backing up outside of their shooters below us, and then slowly poking down their Wu Yang. As I see their Torbjorn on the card, I'm just going to be trying to walk forward to stop it. I think that they are maintaining decent space on the cart, and with the minefield being used, it's going to be even more difficult for us. I don't want to be putting myself in a spot that will be booped by the Wrecking Ball, but as the Wrecking Ball gets fully out, I'm going to be able to take the cart right back. But this is not the place that we want to be. We do not want to be the one on the cart, because it's very easy for them to, or their entire team, to get away from the cart and just sort of fight elsewhere. So with me hearing their entire team on this right side, this is going to be my opportunity to look for my ultimate ability. We find the kill onto the Torbjorn because of it, and we know that their Wu Yang's behind, but with the kill onto the Kiriko and the Torbjorn, it will kind of be our time to actually get onto the point, because there's not going to be the other people who can take angles around the objective, which was the main issue of why we didn't want to in the first place. I'm going to be holding this left side area, as it's going to be a very important place for us and a very dangerous spot if I give it up to the enemy team. But as I see most of the enemy team in main area, or I hear most of the enemy team in main, I want to be trying to walk that down and enable my guys the best that I can. With their Wu Yang still behind, I hear their Widowmaker on that left mega area, the place that I was concerned about. Trying to remember who I killed, and it being Torbjorn will actually result in us having a chance to walk them down. And we are going to be able to take down the Torbjorn, unfortunately not in time for our teammates to really be living and thriving here as the rest of our team goes down. Though we did get the close spawn, so maybe I'd be able to sort of meet back up with them quickly. Our Lucio and Sojourn do get long spawn though, so with two of them on the cart, we can potentially take this high ground area, as if one of them is Widowmaker, they're going to be able to grapple up to the high ground, but that could be okay. Torbjorn is still over here. I could go kill that, or I could go on the cart. I think that I'm gonna go on the cart. But now as Wu Ying is in a very close position, I'm gonna help my Tracer sort of walk this guy down. And with the Kiriko following up, I can just turn around and take that down. I'm just putting myself in positions that's gonna be hard for the enemy team to ignore, but making it very easy for me to follow up in a close range. I'm not quite able to hit the knife, and as I get sort of forced into this open space, I'm just going to be shouting to give myself the speed boost to get out of that sticky situation a little bit quicker, even though it gives me a little less walking potential later. You need to live first before you can become like a real threat or look for any big plays. With our overclock use, I'm going to be following up on it with my shout. Not quite hitting my knife onto the Torbjorn, but I think that their swap to Tracer, it will make our game a little bit harder. But I see the Suzu get used, and that will be my trigger to start walking down the enemy team with my ultimate, since that Suzu was going to be the main reason why we couldn't use our ultimate beforehand. And as soon as that's gone, we will get the opportunity to pop it and then take down the rest of the enemy team. I'm going to see if I can parkour up to this top left area, because if I am able to, that would put us in such a good spot. But unfortunately, it's looking like Evbo's parkour lessons were not that effective on me. But I will be able to force out the Wrecking Ball quite early, getting their shield out of the game. And then following up onto the Kiriko directly afterwards. Torbjorn very, very close inside of our space. Tracer soon to follow. And we will be in a very good spot. Hopefully my Lucio does not die from that. And they will be successful in beating the turret with their Torbjorn on the right side. I just want to be kind of like I just want to get active. I just want to be a threat. So we are able to get onto their Wu Ying and force out that bubble. Getting beat from our Lucio will be putting us in a very good spot. But as the rest of the team is looking to deal with us, it's important to make sure that we are alive and well and ready to follow up on anyone who wants to play the game on their team. Since I don't like it when the enemy team plays the game, I just like it when I play the game. So I want to be doing or enabling that as much as possible. So we just sit inside their spawn, make it super, super hard for all of them to walk out. But unfortunately, I will be going down to the Kiriko and the Torbjorn turret. How did he get that all the way over there? How did the Torb get it over there? He was in spawn room that whole time, no? How'd the turret get over there? Oh well. But them having one person on the cart, we are down our Kiriko, but Torbjorn being alone on the cart will enable us to potentially get into a little bit of a better position. I really want to see the Suzu out, but unfortunately I will be going down due to the minefield splitting us off. An amazing kill onto the Torbjorn I think will make it so that we are very capable of winning this game. The 2-minute mark has passed, so the push game has officially started. Huge kills coming out from the rest of our team. Main thing that we would love to be seeing here is kind of like some scrappy fights and a lot of trades on the field. So even if they kill one of us, we kill one of them over and over and over and over, it will be favoring us because we have the lead. We're in a very good spot here. The enemy team is going to be the ones that need to make something happen. And all we need to do is just make it as hard as possible for them to get something to happen. With our Kiriko TPing back to me, I'm actually going to pop my ultimate to make it even harder for the enemy team to win and make it impossible for the Wrecking Ball to stabilize inside of our space, since if they were able to proc the healing or get any healing from their Kiriko or their Wu Ying on their Kaido, is going to make it very, very difficult. And us using our ult there means that our team still has 4 ultimates left. The enemy team is going to have to win about 3 fights to turn this game around. So I feel fairly confident if we keep putting ourselves in good positions on the cart, we're going to be able to farm up our next Junker Queen ultimate in time for when we would really, really need it. But us forcing them back here is going to make it very good for us. Even if we die here, we just force out all of their ultimates. Every time we see an ult in a situation like this from the enemy team, we can be grinning ear to ear because that's one less tool for them to win the fight that really matters later. And we just built up 50% of our next ultimate, so if we're able to get 2 more fights at this current rate, we're going to have our Queen ult or Rampage for when we really need it. But as our team all respawns, I think that might be a little bit scary. I might hold from bottom left here to try to stop the cart just a little bit beforehand. That might be Giga Troll. I might be looking to back up really fucking fast here, and I think that I will actually. I'm a little bit too scared to hold that bottom left and get the early touch. So we're just going to be taking these 2 fights on the cart a little bit more traditionally. Kitsune Rush being used. We see their Torbjorn on this left side. Suzu gets used from the Kiriko. Unfortunately, I don't have my ult quite yet to stop it, but I think that Kitsune Rush is all that we are really going to need. I wanted to see what that Tracer was up to before I committed my shot. But I think that with their Kiriko going down, Tracer being the only one remaining, we will be winning this first game on Junker Queen. Ending that 29-4, 14,000 damage, despite them having a bunch of mobility and being able to control the map around us so much. We're going to be in a very good spot to really just win that game and control it kind of throughout the entire duration. Junker Queen can be a very, very strong solo tank, and it's actually one of my preferred ones whenever I'm solo queuing on tank, because you're able to sustain yourself, you're able to open up fights by yourself and win fights by yourself. But it does require quite a bit of mechanical skill to hit the knives consistently to win some of the harder games, which potentially might be our next game. So let's see how that one goes. Bang. And then that's where like we're gonna like, that's the editing cut. Oh, let's go. How do you deal with the immense nerves and anxiety that comes with playing against the GOAT Silvok? I gotta be honest with you. It's hard no matter who's playing. It's the iron mental. You just gotta work through the pain. You gotta work through the sweat on your hands. My mouse pad is drenched right now. I like Silvok. I fuck with. They just get high and play Torbjorn, and that's awesome. Shout out. Ana ban, Orisa ban. I don't really think there's anyone else that I really want gone. Kiriko. Oh, Kiriko is an amazing ban if you're going to be playing Junker Queen, because Suzu is also one of the things that can stop a lot of your self-healing and your ultimate entirely. Okay, but locking into our next game here, we're gonna still maintain our Junker Queen playing. We have, looking like we're gonna have a Moira Mizuki, very interesting backline, but with Junker Queen, we're gonna be one of the heroes that can sustain ourselves fairly well. So despite whatever backline that we might end up on, we're gonna have a lot of options that are going to be playable for us. I don't think we chose like a secondary tank, but I don't. If Junker Queen's banned, I would be very surprised. But locking in here, Soldier, Cassidy, Mizuki, and Moira. I'm gonna maybe trying to play a little bit stacked on my Cassidy a little bit for this first fight, just because the threat of a tank sitting on a Cassidy will enable them to kind of play a lot more, especially with the enemy tank being on Malga. We're going to be wanting to play a little bit more for a poke-based direction. While that might sound a little bit strange when we're on such a low heal-based comp like Moira and Mizuki, it's way hard for us to win a fight necessarily, or like a huge number exchange brawl against a Malga Cassidy like that. So we want to be taking angles a little bit and poking things out a little bit like we're Brawl, because if we tried to play through main, things could go very bad very quickly. But hitting a big axe, unfortunately, will not be enough for us to be able to win that fight. And I think that what we want to be doing is somewhat playing a bit of a dive-based Junker Queen. And what I mean by that is we want to be peeling a lot of attention away in different locations and not taking that raw front-to-back fight, because we are always going to lose. We could be trying to crash out through the front line, but Malga's Shout is going to be the main deterrent of that, since every time that Malga uses Shout, their entire team gets lifesteal, and it's really, really hard fundamentally to win those sort of raw numbers exchanges. Our Cassidy has a similar idea to me of just pathing through right side to get active in this fight and get into decent space for us to take some exchanges, rather than trying to force it through that left side. So I'm going to be doing my best to see if I can get touch here. I get one touch, but unfortunately they're going to put their window on the point, and we're going to be in a very, very rough position. But every future point is going to be much better for us. Our Cassidy is the literal goat on the point, but unfortunately the rest of our team is caught up with fighting the Malga on the right side. Despite us getting the overtime, we are going to be losing that point, though a very, very winnable game. Something that we want to be considering on the rotates here is that we can be very sneaky in trying to find value from catching people off guard. Since we don't have our own speed boost, or since we don't have a speed boost on our team, it's going to be very important for us to consider our pathing as we work towards developing the map and getting our value. So I'm going to be taking this far left side area. As I hear their Malga pin, I see the rest of their team on the point. It's going to be rather hard for us to do anything, so I'm just going to be taking this coast side area and looking for any sort of value that I can be getting by walking down the enemy team. Bringing their Cassidy out of the lamp. Unfortunately, getting pinned by the Malga is going to make it very, very hard for us to turn this fight into our favor. But as Shout gets used, we actually can maybe win this. They have Kiriko. Okay. One of the things that really, really sucks, and why I probably should have banned Kiriko at the start, is because Junker Queen actually has absurd clutch potential with their ultimate ability. If you're going to be one of the last members remaining, you still can win, because hitting a big ultimate is going to be one of the things that will allow you to heal yourself up completely, as well as negate all healing from the enemy team. I think ideally it would be really good to path somewhere else to start this fight, but I don't think that we'll have the time or the options to really do so. And then with our entire team stacked in that small corridor that's very easily pinned by Malga, I wanted to see if I could force out the Malga first. I could potentially be winning an HP trade against the Malga if I hit good knives onto the enemy team, but unfortunately I don't think that we're going to be able to get a good touch for this point, so I'm just going to try to see if I can find any exit frags on their team. As their Baptiste walks forward and gets Suzu'd, so we're not able to hit the footstool on them. It'll be a little bit harder to kill, and we'll be going down shortly afterwards, but we still are able to send their Baptiste back to the spawn room, and our team is going to be cleaning up the rest of their team because of that opening. But we will be getting to the point very, very, very early. Since they don't have their Baptiste nor their Kiriko, it can be that we can fight anyone who's on this point early here. Though I do believe that most of their team has closer spawn rooms than ours. With their Kiriko teleporting though, we can be looking to get a little bit active onto that and taking down their Cassidy and their Kiriko, so we finally have an opening in this game to potentially win this point. Baptiste getting supported by the Malga, but it will be a-okay with our team being in a decent spot. I know that the rest of their team is actually coming back from spawn, so I'm going to be giving a little bit of space here and playing for my ultimate primarily. Find a good knife onto the Baptiste. But unfortunately, there's not too much that we're going to be able to do. I see most of their team stacked. I'm going to be looking for an ultimate, but since they still had the Kitsune Rush up, they're going to be farming their Suzu very, very fast. I was hoping that I'd be able to find a kill anyways, because they were a little bit split up, but they did a very good job of stacking together to get Suzu'd. With their Maga close on this corner, I can be looking to Axe, and that shout out early is massive. We can actually take a good numbers exchange against the Maga here now. With their Kiriko being very low. How does this guy have it again? Really want to see if we can deny their supports from getting onto the point whatsoever here. But as they're using the cage shield to take an advantage fight against us, it's going to be a little bit hard. Though, as the cage goes down, we're going to be an active threat yet again, and their supports will soon fall. I have my ultimate coming up pretty soon here. They still do have their Kiriko ready to play for their Suzu and cleanse all of the anti-effect that we would put onto them. So I'm going to be playing a little bit sneaky here to see if I can farm my ultimate and potentially get a kill onto their backline. While the trajectory is right, fortunately not quite able to get the kill on or knife onto the Baptiste. And as they slide off the wall a little bit, our Cassie is going to be able to find 2 kills. An amazing play from our Cassie. I don't know how they're doing it, since I think that most of our supports focus is on me in this game, but that's how matchmaking goes. Sometimes you're going to be paired with some really good players to make the game a little bit more winnable. Sun Warrior TPs to me, Dragon Strike gets used. I see their Baptiste on the left. I hear their Malga pin somewhere. Trying to see if I can get the kill onto this Cassie, and we are successful in doing so. Not quite able to find the knife onto the Baptiste, but as their Malga pins towards me, I can be using my axe to sustain myself. Junker Queen actually doesn't have the worst numbers exchange against Malga because you have such a skinny hitbox compared to the other tanks. While Maga usually is just like the best tank buster when it comes to tanks that you can play. Junker Queen is going to have a slightly favorable matchup in a raw 1v1 against the Junker Queen because it's hard for them to proc a lot of their self-healing or their life steal because Junker Queen's hitbox is so skinny compared to a lot of the other tanks. So I know that they have their window that they're going to be looking for pretty soon. Huge Mizuki ult coming out from our support line, and as their team sort of wants to stabilize, I'm actually going to be walking down this Baptiste since they are going to be a little bit split, and I get the anti onto the Malga as well. Almost hit a generational axe to maybe clutch that fight up, but as their team uses quite a few ultimates, I think that we are going to be in a somewhat okay spot to win this. But with our only ultimates being the Dragon Strike and the Cassidy ult, I think it might be a little bit hard for us. But I think maybe if I can follow up on what my Mizuki wants to do here, or force out a Malga shout early, that would be putting us in a very good spot. I know the Tracer is kind of lurking behind us, and this is going to be last fight. We see the Malga shout out, and window and cage, all of it kind of falling over to our Dragon Strike. I'm going to be backing up to my support's range here. Unfortunately, my Moira will go down. Kiriko uses the rush on the point. Overtime gets procs, but we will be losing that fight. Maybe I could, after I saw a bunch of the ultimates get used, maybe I could have dropped off that top right area and onto the point to start brawling. It was just really scary, as I knew that their Tracer would have been able to access our backline very easily, so most of my care was very likely to get cut off. Wait, how do I see? So that will be sending us a little bit further back into Champ 4, but we're still maintaining a semi-positive streak in Champion. Unfortunately, as we climb a little bit higher, where our gains for SR are going to be a little bit less, and we're going to be losing just a little bit more. But that's how the sort of champion ranks go. But that is a-okay. This is our second game on Junker Queen. We're 1-1 right now, so let's see how our third game goes. Bang! And then the editing group is just gonna cut it right there, and it's gonna be freaking awesome. Hi Ivy, happy Pride Month, Navi. It's June, it's finally June. Can I talk about the Junker Queen perks real quick? Oh, I have some opinions. I have some unpopular opinions. Okay. Junker Queen's minor perks. I'll keep it so for real. Rampant Charge is the most bait thing in the world. It is the most bait thing ever. It is useful in some instances. Rampant Charge is a very, very useful thing, but I have an entire video about it. I made about it. I don't know if it's still up or not, but I did make a video talking about Junker Queen's minor perks. Let's see. Do I still have it up? Yes, I do. It is still there. I'll put the link to it in chat. But I go into a lot of detail there about why Junker Queens... What I want to ban? Kiriko, Ana, Orisa. I go into a lot of detail about Junker Queen's minor perks and why I vastly prefer the Shout perk over Rampant Charge in most scenarios. But most of the time there's not really a wrong answer for Junker Queen perks. Like, as much as I dislike Rampant Charge, it still has its place. It's still fine. You just lose a lot of neutral value from Battle Shout. Or if you don't pick Battle Shout, you're going to lose a lot of like your threat potential. And then Willy Willy or Carnage Shout. I usually pick the Axe perk. I don't know how to say that. I usually pick the Axe perk unless I'm playing against a hyper-mobile comp that's sort of surrounding me, in which I pick the extra knife damage because it's going to be way more important that I secure those kills rather than I keep myself alive. Because the more that the enemy team specs into mobility, the less they're going to be speccing into damage to actually just kill me. Because that's how hero balance kind of is. Okay, but locking into this next game here, we're going to be on New Junk City, our hometown, with Sojourn, Tracer, Mizuki, and Lucio. This is going to be a very, very good comp. For us as Junker Queen, we're going to be hopefully able to sustain ourselves quite a bit. We do have our Zarya and our Kiriko bans through, so we're going to be enabling our healing quite a bit. Malga is the choice of tank for the enemy team. I think I might take a little bit of an aggressive play here, because if we wait too long, things are going to get very, very bad very fast for us. So I'm using my Shout in an aggressive fashion to get active onto the enemy team, finding the axe onto the Malga and the Pharah. As we see the Mizuki ult, or the Mizuki not taking their teleport back, we can swiftly follow up on that and take them down. And I could I could chase this Tracer a little bit, and I think I will for just 1 second. And now I'm just going to be immediately backing up towards main, since if I'm able to get onto, it might sound strange, but if I'm ever able to get onto their Pharah in this matchup, we're going to be in a really, really good spot. And it looks like their Pharah wants to get onto us, and we're going to be able to take them down with the axe in this close range. Main reason why we want to be getting onto the Pharah whenever we can is because that's going to be their primary shooter, and a hero that does not do well against us in close range duels. So we see their Malga playing in a very, very aggressive position and not getting too much support from their team. So we can be looking for a knife onto that and committing our CDs in our duel to try to take them down, but as our Tracer runs away a little bit, we can just be turning around and trying to get onto this Pharah once more. If we let their Pharah cook, like how we were playing on the Esperanza game, we want to be trying to find the biggest threats and the biggest shooters on the enemy team and then pathing onto them. We don't necessarily want to be taking any big raw frontline numbers exchanges because they're just straight up going to have more healing than us. They're going to have more healing than us, as well as their Maga is going to be able to exchange and sort of stay a threat and stay alive on the front line a bit longer than us. So we want to be getting creative with our pathing and our speed boost to find options onto the enemy backline and primarily the enemy Pharah, because that's going to be the primary target. If we leave alive, they're going to be putting a lot of damage into us, so we want to try to mitigate that as much as possible. Since in the poke phase, that's going to be the main source of value for their team comp. Tracer close on this right side. I hear their Maga on this main corner, and I could maybe look to force out their shout a little bit early. Like I was talking about earlier, Junker Queen is going to be one of the few tanks that actually has a fairly decent 1v1 matchup into Maga. But as their Mizuki and their Moira get into a bit of a rough spot, their Pharah is going to be looking to chase us, but a huge chain coming out from our Mizuki is going to be enabling us to take them down. We see Moira fade in, which is a very big mistake that we want to be punishing. Mizuki teleporting out immediately, and we see their Maga gain 1 HP that we can swiftly follow up on as well. I think that how I want to be playing this is going fairly well, where I just want to try to get onto their backline as much as possible, and then from there, anytime that I see a good exchange to take with the enemy team, to just take it. Tracer goes down because they overstayed their welcome a little bit in our presence. As I hear their Maga on main, I can be looking for a little bit of a sneaky play to get onto this Wu Yang. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to kill them, and I will be going down to the Pulse Bomb as they will catch our Kite. Definitely a little bit of a rougher spot for us because we don't have too much healing to really catch us, and since we didn't find the kill onto their Wu Yang, they were going to be able to pump in a bunch of damage as we were trying to run away from them. Just kind of a mechanical fail from me. Maybe need to hit a little bit more Kovacs, but that's going to be a-okay. Anytime you're playing a mechanics-based hero, things like that are going to happen. As their entire team wants us dead and a bounty is on our head, I'm just going to be running away as I don't want necessarily to be dying right now. But we have a bunch of ults on the board, so hopefully we're going to be able to stop them from winning this next fight. I know that they have Barrage, and Barrage is scary because there are a lot of DPS ultimates that are commonly mistaken for like big team wiping ultimates, when in reality they're just best used to one-shot the tank. And especially in these sort of like champ-based lobbies, a lot of people get up through champ or get up to champ with the knowledge of just the best value you can usually get with an ultimate like Barrage or Pulse Bomb is just stick the tank. Just kill the tank. So I'm very careful about how I want to be going about that. Wu Yang super 1 HP and their Maga wants to be fighting us a bit more. I'm actually going to be popping my ult just to make sure that I live here. Since if I die and they had so many people alive, it was going to be a very, very rough time for our team. But I'm able to stay alive using my ultimate ability, giving me the self-healing of, what is it? It's 90 wound damage, and we're going to be getting more than 100 and something HP to sustain their Maga's pin and their damage onto us, and bait them into our enemy or into our teammates' sightlines so that we would be able to take them down. Sometimes Junker Queen ult is best used to survive in situations like that, but it's a very hard call sometimes to make because it can be such a good carry ultimate as well, and you need to understand when your life is a little bit more valuable than the plays that you're making, if that makes sense. I do think that they still have their Barrage, and it's something that I want to be nervous about. I think I pulled their Maga off of the high ground, so we can be looking to fight this high ground a bit more. As Tracer gets onto our Ana, I want to be peeling or putting some of my attention towards them. Though as our Tracer goes down, their Tracer's 1 HP. They hit a nice stick onto us. I'm going to be cutting into my Ana's LOS immediately now to get healed right back up. Not quite hitting the axe or the knife onto the enemy team, but we do find it onto the Tracer. Though with the cage and the Malga being the main one that we can shoot, we'll just be falling fairly quickly in that ultimate. We have our Junker Queen ult coming up pretty soon here. The main thing that I'd be worried about with my Junker Queen ult was going to be cage, since it's very hard for us to do anything during cage fights. But as their team is main, I'm very tempted to try to just walk at that Brigitte, but as their Tracer is a thorn in our backline side, I think that the best play for me is just going to be develop elsewhere on the map instead. And force the enemy team into kind of like a point fight. Unfortunately, I do not hit anything with my ultimate, as I wanted to try to get the Brigitte, but they had a very nice reaction to get away in time. But Mizuki ult and overclock being used on the point maybe will allow my team to close this fight in our favor. With Malga still being on the point though, I think it's going to be very hard for our Mizuki to win that, so I'm just going to be going to the next point instead. Very okay, definitely sucks that we missed our ult there. If we were able to hit the Brigitte, I think that things would have gone very differently. But as our Malga is split from the rest of their team, we can be getting super active and bait out their barrage, apparently. That was not intentional, but we'll take it. Tracer continues to just stick us, and Mercy trying to find the res, but we'll be going down to the Tracer inside of our sight lines as well. Really, really sucks. Their team is starting to pick up on the fact that they can just kind of shoot us as a tank and find a bunch of value, and it will be taking the game out of our hands a little bit. But with our Mercy and our Mizuki being around for our DPS players, I think that I'm going to play a lot more of a flanky based style where nobody on their team necessarily wants to 1v1 us, but we can be playing a little bit like a soldier where we can just sort of pressure the enemy team to look at us in sort of various positions and put resources towards our general locations. But unfortunately, I'll still have a few mechanical failures to make it much more difficult for us to win this game. They're putting a lot more of their time to sustain. With like the Brigitte swap and the Moira, it's going to be, or the Moira is always around, but primarily the Brigitte swap and their Malga or Tracer looking at us more, it's going to be way, way, way harder for us to find any kills. But it's still very possible for us. We see their Malga very low HP, so I want to continue putting pressure on that. Finding the knife onto the Brigitte as well will help. But as the overtime clock ticks, it was going to be the most important thing for us to touch, and were successful in doing so. So we are going to flip the point back in our favor. I could be trying to stage up forward through that left side, or I could be trying to stage up through this main area. I'm going to be trying to go through this main area because it will give me the most amount of options on reacting to what the enemy team wants to be doing, and reacting is kind of the name of the game here. I could try to step past to get the kill onto the Brigitte, but since I didn't know where the Malga was, that wasn't going to be my favorite option in the world. I hear they're far, and that's actually going to be my target that I really want to be sort of walking at. Since they're on the complete opposite side of the map from the rest of the team, it was going to be very hard for them to kind of deal with us, but when they had the ultimate available, that will be an option for them to deal with us. If they weren't popping their barrage, we would be able to find a very free kill there, but unfortunately I did not have a response for that kind of play that their Pharah would make. So we go into our last point. That might be a reverse sweep, but since we have our Junker Queen ult, we might be able to get established a little bit early here. The main thing that I really need to sort of clean up on, and the value that we're lacking, is our mechanics. If I'm able to start hitting more shots and primarily more knives on their Brigitte or their Pharah, we're going to be in a much, much, much better spot. Junker Queen in ranked is a lot about your knives. Straight up. If you're hitting your knives, the games are going to feel really, really easy. Like, no matter what games you're in, you can be deadlifting if you're hitting good knives. But if you're not hitting your knives, things get way harder. She still has a lot of value as a tank, but the game definitely does get harder. We see their Moira on main. I want to see if I can force them out at all. Their bar goes down, and their Moira pops an ultimate. Huge Junker Queen ult for us. Since we are very, very, very low. That's crazy that Mega just respawned. We were fortunately able to dodge the pulse bomb, but as they have their recall ready, we are going to be going down very shortly afterwards to that. Main thing there was I had no idea that the Mega was back, but their Maga and Brigitte are already back in the fight, and that's kind of crazy. How'd they get back so fast? Did the 1v1 against the Tracer really last that long? But they're going to put their cage on the point, and we're going to be in a very, very dangerous spot for the remainder of this game. As their Maga walks at us a little bit more, and their Tracer does as well, they're going to continue putting a lot of damage into us as Junker Queen, and since I'm just not hitting my knives to force out threats early, the threats are just going to kind of remain, and we're going to be in a very bad spot in terms of our value. So the rest of their team is looking to fight outside in open space. Very good play from them, and our Tracer goes down. But as our team tries to regroup, we really just want to be farming our ultimates and getting onto the point fairly soon here. Since I don't have very clear ways onto the back line, I am just going to try to force one. With the Brigitte popping rally, there's not too much that I can really be doing here, but that will be making it easier for me to ult a bit later. Unfortunately, things are just going to be a little bit too hard for us to deal with at the moment. A super, super, super winnable game on Junker Queen, but I did not have the mechanics required to really clean up that, a lot of the kills that we would super want. The enemy team figured out that if they were able to sort of like stop us from walking down anyone who we wanted to, things would be much easier for them, and they were very, very right. As soon as they started putting more time and energy into dealing with us on Junker Queen, things got a lot harder very quickly. But that is a-okay. Sometimes these sort of games happen, and since I'm a lot closer to my execution level on various tanks, I'm not expecting to necessarily go positive or go on any crazy win streaks like we have previously in the rest of our series. So that was our third game on Junker Queen, a little bit of a longer one, so I think that I am going to call it there for our tank video for today, or Junker Queen. So thank you, YouTube video audience, for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bang. No. No, I forgot to start recording. Oh. That's not good. Oh well. I mean, the video will still go up, it just, the visual quality won't be as good as I want it to be. That's okay. Well, we'll just use the VOD. But I'll be more diligent about that. Yeah, I can grab the VOD. It'll, like, the video is still gonna go up, it's just not gonna look as pretty as like I really want it to. But oh well. I'll get better. I'm still very much a noob content creator. For what looks like the rest of stream. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. I am getting a little bit tired since I had a very busy day before streaming. So I think I actually, we'll play a little bit of quick play. We'll play a little bit of quick play, and then I'll probably call it from there. So I'll be paying like kind of a lot of attention to chat right now. So if anyone has any questions about Overwatch or about like what I'm trying to do with the channel or anything that's kind of on your mind, if you just want to chit chat, let's hang out, gang. But that will be it for the ranks lessons for today. Yeah, warm-up's done. Now it's time for the real games. I'm logging into the account that I want to play quick play on. As a Junker Queen, how do you decide whether or not to use your shout out of spawn to get to point faster? I usually use my shout to get out of spawn faster, unless that I'm getting speed boosted from the like my teammates. If I'm getting speed boosted by my teammates or the point is like right freaking there, then I won't be using my shout. But I usually like using shout to get back into the fight faster because at least it gives me more options. If I can get into the fight and then hit like a good knife or something, it'll like give me a little bit of time. It'll give me a little bit of time to get my shout back before really needing to commit. Spoiling us with bonus quick play. I need to play some quick play on this account. Which Zen perks do I recommend? I recommend the float perk and the charged right click, or the faster charged right click for Zenyatta in most scenarios. When I make a stadium video? Fuck yeah, I love stadium. I actually adore stadium. Actually, when stadium first came out, there was a tournament for it. Like the first ever stadium tournament, I actually won with a group of friends. I really wanted to make a video about that, and I worked on it for a really long time, but I never actually got it uploaded. But I love stadium. I would definitely make a stadium video. What are the perks? Yeah, for most of the time, I recommend Ascendance over Discordant Repair. And basically always, yeah, it's just always going to be these two, I won't lie. Dual Harmony kind of sucks dick. Discordant Repair would be solid, I guess, if you're playing like against a Mauga. But like Float just gives you so many options on Zenyatta. Giving a hero that's purely spec'd into their numbers more mobility is fundamentally insane. Never played it, but you always try to catch Emong when you can. He was playing it a lot. Emong's awesome. Yo, thank you so much for the resub, Van Meetrit. I appreciate it. Welcome back, bro. Hope you've been enjoying the content. I'm not gonna be like talking through like my gameplay or anything in quick play unless like there's something cool that I really want to babble about. I'm just kind of chilling. I like Wrecking Ball, so I'm just gonna play some Wrecking Ball when I get tanked. Because it's like my favorite brain off hero, where I just kind of roll around the map. Wrecking Ball sometimes requires a lot of thinking, but I just have a gazillion hours on the hero, so they're really chill. It's kind of like, y'all ever play Skate? Like Skate 3? That's how Wrecking Ball feels to me. I'm just like, I'm just doing kickflips and shit, like, bang. Oh, wait, no, I suck. Bang. It's just fun. I love Wrecking Ball, bro. One of the, like, my favorite things to do, like, a late night VC, like, a lot of people got, like, their Minecraft chest hopping, you know? Oh, Minecraft server would be really fun. Okay, I'll set up a Minecraft server pretty soon. But a lot of people, if they're having like a good late night conversation in like a Discord VC, they got like the Minecraft chest hopping. For me, what I would do is I would go into an empty custom game on Wrecking Ball and just like roll around. Because it's so satisfying to just move on this hero. I'm sure if anyone saw like my 6v6 video, like you would see me talk about it like a bunch of just how enjoyable moving on this hero is. In quick play, do you go slam perk on ball or still bubble? I still just go bubble. I'd never ever take the slam perk on wrecking ball, kind of like ever. Mainly because like in this matchup, like Brigitte, like Mizuki, they got things that like can stun me or like deal with me a little bit, you know? And even in like quick play, like I play ball so I can move, you know? So why wouldn't I pick the perk that just kind of lets me like move more, you know? Slime perk isn't bad necessarily, but kind of like how the Discord orb like healing you on Zenyatta isn't bad. The other perk is just insane. It's ridiculously insane. Where Wrecking Ball is the most mobile hero in the game, but the only thing that can stop the mobility of Wrecking Ball is like crowd control abilities or boops or stuns. And then they give the most mobile hero in the game a perk that stops the one thing that can consistently counter. It's fundamentally insane how good the bubble perk is on Wrecking Ball. For like real, like tactical reasons, I can't think of a scenario, or I haven't been in a scenario where I'd prefer. Well, there are scenarios where I'd prefer the slam perk over the bubble perk, but the also the issue is they could just swap. Like y'all saw on that last game in Junker Queen, it's very, very common where if you're doing well on a hero, the enemy team might start to just like focus you more, right? Because they want to win. They want to deal with like the threat. So even if you're doing well with the slam perk, as soon as people start to swap like more CC to deal with you as Wrecking Ball, since that's the one thing that can deal with you consistently on Wrecking Ball, you no longer have options to really counterplay the CC. You can't, because you gave up the option to go slam perk. I didn't even know they had a Pharah until I got barraged. Best Wrecking Ball map and why is it Colosseo? Best Wrecking Ball map. It's probably Ilios. Yeah, I think it's my opinion. It's Ilios. I'm actually not the hugest fan of Ball and Colosseo. I see why people like it. It just is a little bit like too. It's a little bit too flat for my personal taste on Wrecking Ball. Where I really like having like grapples that get me up through high ground, as well as I have a little bit of vertical sort of like options. So like kite 2, because like here I can just be. Okay, well I was gonna try to demonstrate, but they were in rally. But like if their Reinhardt wants to deal with me or something, like they're all looking at me right now, and then I'm gone to the high ground, and they can't do shit about it. You know, I really like having those sort of options on Wrecking Ball where I can just slam, bye bye, bye bye. That's why I really like Ilios over Colosseo. And Colosseo, you just don't have those sort of like options to like just instantly get out through a vertical, like through vertical means. You have to be finding like some really good pathing like elsewhere, or like getting into other open space on the map, which can be really, really difficult sometimes. You know, moving around the map on Colosseo, super fun jumps and escape / engaging routes. Yeah, I definitely agree. There's a bunch of really fun spots. I also really like Eichenwald. Happened to be the map that we just played, but that's also one of my favorite ball maps, except for third point. Third point could be a little bit rough, but first and second for Wrecking Ball are so much fun. They're so much fun. I don't think I have match chat enabled for this team, or for this account. If your swag is exceeding the acceptable upper limit, you might want to take the slam perk for public safety. Maybe. I keep being tank. I mean, Flex Q is just tank Q, let's be honest. Alright, well, we get to talk about each of the maps we wanted to talk about for Wrecking Ball. Okay, I'll try Slam Perk. I'll try Slam Perk this game. It's probably been like it's been so long. It's been eons. It's been decades since I've picked Hang Dog. Oh, my slams are gonna feel so weird. Does anyone know if the 2020 like arcade mode gives you what's it called? Does it give you like quick play games technically? To like unlock comp with? Because I'll be completely honest with you guys, this is the account that I'm going to be using for like a challenge video in the future. I need to play a lot of quick play on it so that it unlocks comp. It's an arcade game mode, not sure if that sounds the same. I know that like historically like some arcade game modes gave like quick play progress towards like competitor like unlocking comp. And it'd be really fun to talk about the 2020 mode for the 2020 mode that's in the game right now, because it's like that's my home. That like that patch, that 2020 patch, that's like where I learned Overwatch. That's my home. I could geek out about that patch and like tournaments that I played during it, and like my first like experiences like competing. It all happened like around that patch time. I have a lot of nostalgia for that specific mode. You go play 2020 again, your Rein days. I know, my Rein, I get it so much. I get it so much, Milk, bro. Does it show you the progress when you try to select comp? Don't think it shows you the progress when you try to select comp, but I know where to see the progress. I have quite a bit of a ways to go on this account, but it'll low-key be done by, maybe day after tomorrow, depending on a few things. If there's ever I don't do it too much on stream, or I can't like I don't like showcase it much yet, but I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I could play Overwatch for very, very long periods of time. I've been leaning a little bit away from it just because I've had a lot of other like content-based stuff or life stuff to do. So I haven't actually been playing like absurd amount of hours, but I am very capable of doing so. So I can be knocking out, or I could be getting comp on this account quite quickly if I just set aside some time to do so. Which I plan on pretty soon. I think I'll have like a few drinks with friends that I haven't talked to in a while. I'll catch up with them and play some quick play. Go. I keep bonking everywhere. I'm not fluid. I'm missing all my kickflips. Not even close. Not even close. I wasn't worried for a second. The tracking is a bit insane. Thank you. One of the few things about like my tank that I feel pretty good about. Oh! Wait, I feel good about that too. That was swaggy. I'm just killing everyone. Oh, slam perk, slam perk. Let's see how this feels. Non-somber now. Okay. I'm gonna be super duper honest with all of y'all, and if any of you are ball players in here, I want you to just think on this. No, the bubble perk would have been so nice there. It would have been so nice. But I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I could geek out about that 2020 mode. I don't like showcase it much yet, but I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play ridiculous amounts of hours of this game. I can play I just want y'all to think on this, because I know it might sound strange. But Sombra does not counter ball that much. That's my take, that's my opinion. Because Sombra is, at least in 5v5, it's very, very hard for a Sombra to A, keep up with a good Wrecking Ball, and B, stop a good Wrecking Ball from doing what they want to do in the first place. Because Wrecking Ball just has so much more mobility than Sombra, every time that a Sombra makes a mistake, a Wrecking Ball is going to be able to catch up to them very, 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 very quickly. As well as, you have a lot of options on Wrecking Ball to... Okay, the Slam perk might be a little swaggy. It might be a little swaggy. It might be a little swaggy. You have a lot of options to catch the Sombra anytime that they make a mistake, and you have a lot of options to just straight up not interact with them in the first place if you don't want to. It is really weird, the hang time perk. Yeah, I'm remembering. Oh, Taco Cat. Hi, we just found your YouTube and Twitch yesterday. Awesome! Hope you've been enjoying the content. Cassidy is a much worse. Yes, I agree. Cassidy fucking sucks. I hate playing into Cassidy as Wrecking Ball. Because you can be in the skybox and I swear to god, like, the flash still hits you. It super sucks. Like Cassidy, okay, here's what I don't want to play into when I'm on Wrecking Ball. I don't want to play into Cassidy. I don't want to play into Mizuki. I don't want to play into Brigitte. I don't really want to play into Tracer. Yeah, I think those are the main ones. Brig, Mizu, Tracer. I also don't like playing into Lucio, but I low-key, anytime I'm on tank, low-key, I just hate playing against main supports. I just hate playing against Lucio, Mizuki, like Baptiste, Cat, Lifeweaver, Mercy. I just hate playing into them. Yeah, good Tracers, like, Tracers do a lot to a ball. Like, a lot. I also, there are like 0. Well, not 0. They're very rare in NA, but Wrecking Ball is very, Wrecking Ball is a, no, what am I saying? Hello, May. May is a very good counter to Wrecking Ball if you know what you're doing with them. Oh, that was from last game, I see. Wait, no? Cup of Chrome? Oh yeah, they were mine. Okay, that makes sense. Should be able to ban all CC when you play ball. Something tells me that might not be very balanced for the game. But I agree. Honestly, like, I've always said it, I hope that they take all of the bullshit characters out of the game, but only, like, when other people want to play them and not when I want to play them. When I want to play a stupid-ass hero, let me do that. But nobody else can. Bye, Anna. I love Wrecking Ball. Oh, that would have been cool though, if I landed on that platform. I did remember correctly that the Genji was here. Ana is also fairly scary, but it's like fair. It's like fair scary, you know? A good Ana is so hard to bait their sleep dart, but like once you earn that shit, it feels good to just get like the free engage afterwards. But like now I'm in a, yeah, I just get slept. A good Ana is very, very scary to play into his Wrecking Ball, but... Oh, me and Martin May had the exact same idea. I don't really want to be dealing with all that. Uh-oh. Do you guys think I'm okay? You guys think this guy will kill me? Alright, we're good. Yeah, May is good, but you can outmaneuver them a lot of the time. Yeah, it just really sucks once you're like forced to get onto the point, I think. And wall is really like a good May wall can do so much to a Wrecking Ball. And it really sucks. Sleep dart out. Bye bye. Like that's what I'm talking about. It just feels like Skate 3. It feels like I'm just kick flipping all over the map. Like this hero is so fun to just move on. Okay, I won't lie, playing the 2020 mode made me remember of like how insanely hard Wrecking Ball was before what's it called? Grapple Retract. Grapple Retract is actually insanely like it's kind of like training wheels. I can't even lie. It was so much harder without them. Oh, very close to getting the good boop into the mines. Can I touch again? Yeah, sure. No, little guy, no! That's okay. I kind of want to play second point anyways. Wrecking Ball is pretty good here as well. What are my other favorite maps? I love Wrecking Ball and Suravasa. Suravasa is, well, I mean, Sura is low-key just my favorite map in the game. I can't even lie. I think Suravasa is an amazing map, and I really like Flashpoint in general. But, like, Wrecking Ball on Sura also just feels really good because there are just so many grapple spots and so much like open space, and it's like not too open, it's not too close. You got like options on how you want to engage. It just feels so good. Sura just feels good. Oh, gulp. Do I try the slam time perk again? Nah, I think I'm on shields. I know it's called hang time. I think slam time's kind of fun though. Does it cleanse Discord? It does. That's a little silly. I can't really play the game. Well, now I can a bit. Now I can no longer. Oh, that's not good. You know why people still like payload slop in 2026? I think payload's really interesting. I think that has a lot of unique concepts, especially in competing. But yeah, payload in ranked is not my favorite. I think it can be very cool, but it's generally, it feels a little bit lacking compared to the other game modes. I just really like control. I just like the fair game modes, if that makes sense. I like control, I like flashpoint, I like I don't, push isn't my favorite. I think push is a flawed game mode, but it is still pretty fun. It's one of my more preferred ones, also primarily just because it's short. Something that I usually think about in videos, is like different game modes have like usually lasting different amount of times. Hybrids and escorts just usually just straight up like last longer to finish the game. And it's at least back when I was trying to make sure that I was getting through like a decent amount of heroes per video, it would be kind of preferable to play push maps because they would be better to sort of showcase a lot of different ideas and different things that people could use in their own games. But again, most of the time, I won't lie, I'm just tabbed out during the voting and the ban screen. It's just a habit. It's hard to keep my attention. Control is not fair at all, however it's fun. What do you mean by control isn't fair? I feel like control might be the most fair game mode. It sucks due to perks. With perks being added, control is a bit of a flawed game mode now. Because there are a lot of times where, like, if I want to play, say for example, like Winston on Lijiang Tower. If I pull Lijiang Gardens or something early, then that's like really good for Winston because you have time to build up perks of either Healing Bubble or Chain Lightning for the second or third subpoint of the game. But if you pull Control Center first as Winston, you have far less options, and as you revert back to your base kit, or you're forced to play just off your base kit for the first like point of the map, it's way harder than if you just happen to RNG like one of the different subpoints earlier. That aspect of RNG is something I'm not too fond about in terms of perks or in terms of like how control is designed right now, or at least how the two kind of mingle, because that applies to a lot of different heroes. That issue applies to a lot of heroes. Oh, their Zen is learning and they're not holding, or they're holding their Discord orb. A Wrecking Ball is just so satisfying. Nice victory. First fight for each submap is too important on control. Once you get the point of view, defender's advantage with tax the odds, that could be helped with better map design. You think perks should be reset between rounds for control, or maybe they're a shorter build up so you can get That would be really cool. If perks were reset in between rounds of control, that would be awesome. I think that would be super sick. I think it goes against how perks want to be designed in general, but that would be my preferred way of like actually adding perks or adjusting them for Koth in particular. Ball is so whimsical to watch. I gave Overwatch 2 a lot of shit, but damn, there was some nice hero buff. Winston secondary fire got you feeling some kind of way. I definitely agree. I absolutely agree. Are you ending live? I'm not ending live quite yet. This might be our last game though, and I've literally only rolled tank. But oh well. Ball is one of my favorite heroes to just yap to. That would be really, really cool. If perks were reset for Koth. There is a similar problem persists on Flashpoint. Because depending on what sub points you're kind of rolling at the start, different perks are going to be more favorable, but it's a lot less important than it is on Koth because you're eventually going to go through a lot of the sub points. It just could be kind of like rough for like some snowball effects. Or like some sort of like snowball based games where there's already like perks can be really, really cool additions to heroes, and if you're trying to force or one trick a hero, it can be a little bit hard when you don't have like preferred perks online. But if what the can Detta do that? Oh, they can. Did their Doom just... Alright, I thought their Doom just jumped off the map. When I was learning Wrecking Ball, back in Overwatch 1 and I was competing, the only way that you would be able to sort of engage or do anything on Wrecking Ball was to path through this right side. You would want to get behind the entire point so you could stage on an off angle to hit the back line. And I remember so vividly the first time that I remember, or like I recognized, that another ball player, like, I could use my knowledge of how to play ball to like affect the mirror. I was in, I don't know if it was a tournament match or if it was a scrim against Infected, but I did my little rollout right side and I was fully committed to the grapple. To the point where I could not like change it. I was locked in. And as I was like about to like turn the corner, I see Infected just sitting right here. And there was nothing that I could do about it, where they just boot me off the map and immediately won the team fight off of it. And I felt so... I was actually so like flabbergasted that they just did that play like would work. I don't think Infected plays it too much right now, but Infected used to be so good at Wrecking Ball. It's actually kind of insane. I remember back in like the Infected Strider days, where those were just like the big two ball players of North America. And every time that I'd have to like play them in tournament or whatnot, it was just like so difficult because their uptime would be so insanely high. Yeah, I know, I was read like a book. No, low-key, I was actually just like green eggs and ham to that kid. They were young at that point too as well. I think Infected was still like in puberty. That's kind of crazy. Being in the scene for a while now, or like the Overwatch scene, you literally just do watch people just kind of grow up. I think my first interaction with like Infected was when they were like 15-ish. 14 even maybe. They were in Contenders. I remember thinking, damn, this kid is just like better than me and like so much younger. And then I locked in. I mean, I started competing, what? I was 17? 16 myself? I don't remember. 2020, so... It's 2026? What? Who made me age? Stop that. Change that now. Don't say that. Don't make... Let's stop this whole aging thing. Thyroid on Honor. I love usernames. I think they're a wonderful expression of self. I want to say hi to our Vendetta friend. I hit them enough with my mind control beam. No, is their Ana the best player ever? They were playing too close for me to start my double boop, so I had to continue backing up and waiting for them to like stop moving. Closer to 2050 than we are to 2000? That's crazy. That's insane. No, take that back. Change that. I mean, 2050. Okay, I'm saying it right now. I'm calling it. 2043 is going to be a damn good year. That's when everything. That's when, like. That's going to be like when the Sega Genesis 2 comes out. It's going to be that good of a year. Well, I guess it wouldn't be the Sega Genesis then, huh? Because the Genesis is like. That means like 1, right? Or am I mistaken? I sleep dart. What if I just go back up? What if they just like forgot? None shall touch the cart on my watch. Bro, Wrecking Ball. We'll get the Sega Neptune. You're just watching my position video? Oh, awesome. Welcome, welcome. I'm kind of wrapping up stream for now. We just did a bunch of rank lessons. Now I'm just kind of dabbling in quick play. I'll probably be looking for someone to raid after this quick play game. But if you have any sort of questions that you would like my take on, feel free to drop them in the chat. Or if you just want to hang out. I'm just playing some Wrecking Ball and quick play to sort of like unwind for the stream. I'll be 45 in a few months? Damn. Happy early birthday. Balding hair, don't care. Type shit. Be you. Who gives a gaff? Only let you decide what you're about. I'm turning 22 in a few weeks now, actually. So I'm turning double digits. When I turned 20, I turned double digits. Now I'm turning double digits since it's 22. Still feel and act like I'm 14. Who doesn't? Who does? I feel like deep down. Okay, low-key, I do not feel that much like I'm still 14. 14 Eevee is a very different creature from every other Eevee. Bro, I was a menace when I was 14. I can't even lie. I was there were some screws loose in that childhood. I think I'm doing a good bit better now though. I want a double boop. I'm sorry, thyroid. I'm sorry, little one. Your time is now. Alright, let me get a double boop on someone out of spawn. Oh, or in the game. 22 is a good year. That's what word on the street is. People have been saying 22 is a good year. I'm hoping it's a good year. I'm very happy with how like content stuff is going. I'm hoping that I'm able to continue putting my all into it. I'm hoping 22 will be a good year. 21 was it was a pretty solid year. It was pretty okay. Kind of dealing with some stuff, but I mean, what 21-year-old isn't? What person isn't? Let's be honest. Only difference is you piece from the computer industry and work at the post office now. Instead of coding, you just 3D print as your main hobby / pastime. That's awesome. Wait, 3D printing is so sick. So much happier, no on call, no pager duties, no putting out fires. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy for you, bro. That's awesome. I will cancel the stream for today. Oh, if you love the ranks videos, especially Juno ones, he's really fun to play. I agree. I love Juno. Juno, okay. Honestly, that's one of the best like things for me about this ranked lessons series is I've been able to explore a lot more of the hero cast that I haven't touched or like gone that in depth about previously. And Juno, unironically, is kind of like shot up to being like one of my favorite heroes to play in the game. I love playing Juno. Juno is so much fun. I just like I had an idea, but I didn't have an idea. I had no idea, you know? She's so much fun. But that will probably be the end of our stream for today. I'm quickly gonna see if I have any like friends streaming right now.
She's trying to get back.
Let me see. Oh. Skunk. Let me hold on, share my screen here. I'm thinking maybe. I think alright, so y'all, I don't know, think y'all know too much about Skunk. They are a caster who is the backbone of the competitive Overwatch community. This guy is the GOAT. This guy is the absolute GOAT. Where a lot of like expert like sort of like the players who are climbing up to the pro scene get casted by this guy, and they actually are such a like positive like light in the community, and they're super just like, I don't know, they're fun to listen to, they're fun to hang out around. Skunk is like actually the GOAT. So I think that's probably going to be who we raid for now. Looks like they're just chilling in ranked. I know that they're trying to climb up to plat on DPS, and I am very excited to watch them grind, but this is like the backbone of like the like semi-pro Overwatch community. Or like the face of league competitors, the people who want to be like the future of Overwatch sort of deal. This guy is like, this is like the main hyper-upper. So, for my YouTube stream, thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to be ending that stream since I don't know if there's any sort of raid feature. But thank you guys for watching. And then for my Twitch audience, I will be swapping over. EV check pings, please. Check in pings. Nope. Yeah, I'll sort that out right after I end this. Alright, thank you guys so much for watching.